In 1999, 68 players from around the country gathered to perform at the inaugural USDGC. 2 decades later, this title has become one of the most prestigious in all of the sport. Let me be the first to welcome you to the 20th United States Disc Golf Championship. Welcome to Hole 17 Live at the 20th United States Disc Golf Championship in beautiful Rock Hill, South Carolina. We're coming to you from the Greenside studios of Hole 17. I'm Jamie Thomas and joined by the man who needs no introduction, Mr. Avery Jenkins. And what a beautiful moving day it is so far.
Oh my gosh, what better place to be in early October than Rock Hill, South Carolina for the USDGC, the last major of the PDJ season. I'm so excited to see this. We got moving day, we got final day. Man, anything can happen. We got Paul McBeth leading the way.
We are so happy all of you could join us. We hope you'll stay all afternoon. We have a great show lined up for you. Some special guests, some giveaways coming up.
Yeah.
And of course, we are going to see Hole 17, one of the most iconic and feared holes in all of disc golf, as well as follow the leader card as they tackle this Friday round. But the star of the show is obviously this treacherous island green. Let's see about Hole 17.
Well, hole 17, it's significant because I believe more championships have been won or lost based on the outcome of that particular hole.
17, what we really wanted to do was to have a short, dramatic hole.
You just know that's the one you want to watch. That's it. There's no lead that's safe.
And to have the spectators stay interested the whole time, it was important to have a hole where the round wasn't over until that hole had been completed.
Because anything can happen. We've seen the hole aced, and we've seen people take very large numbers that you wouldn't have expected them to take.
It sure gets the players' attention when they're on the tee pad.
And of course, as we saw Harold Duvall and Jonathan Poole discuss earlier, aces, high numbers, it's all in the cards for these players this afternoon. We've seen a whole handful of each so far this tournament, and we expect that to continue. But first up, the leaderboard from yesterday. Somebody named Paul McBeth shooting pretty hot out the gate through two rounds, Avery.
Yeah, you may have heard of him. He's actually tried looking to repeat this. He was a 2015 USDGC champion, and he's got control of this tournament with an 8-stroke lead over second place being James Conrad, but a star-studded cast with Paul Ulibarri and Nate Sexton to round out the lead card. We're moments away from the second card taking tee with Kevin Jones, Zach Milton, Steve Brinster, and Josh Anthon.
And we are going to check out, we have our field reporter, Hannah McBeth, is going to be joining us in just a little bit. She has a report from the practice green as our leader card gets set to attack on Friday. We'll check in with her in just a moment. But meanwhile, on the course, we've seen some really hot scores already. Just looking at the UDisc stats, how about Greg Barsby, the world champion, going 3 down through 3 holes already? Leo Pironen out of Finland, your Finnish champion, 3 down through 4. A lot of people really vying for this title this weekend.
Yeah, it's a very difficult course. If you've seen this course on video throughout 19 years of the USDGC, you know how treacherous this course can be. And there's no shot you can just maybe kind of lay up or take it easy on. There is stress and pressure on every single shot you throw out here. There's one hole on this course that doesn't have OB, and that's hole 1. The other 17, that's what you got to worry about.
And super impressive by Paul McBeth already today. He played the first 27 holes of his tournament bogey free. You've played this tournament a long, long time, Avery. Have you seen a performance like that in recent memory?
I've recall some, some of the rounds being OB free. I've had a couple throughout the past years, but to go through the first round going OB free, didn't take an OB or a bogey until the 12th hole of the second round. So total control, like I said, throwing the shots in the middle, keeping it between the ropes, keeping it safe, and playing his game. He plays aggressive, no matter if he's in the lead or second place or second card. So he's a player and a gamer, and like I said, control of this tournament at this point.
And right after that, a little bit of a shaky putt on hole 12 that everybody can see. Obviously, we have Jomez coverage doing lead and chase card. Next day turnarounds like they always do. So we're very thankful we can bring a live solution and your 24-hour coverage that you're used to. But Paul McBeth, hole 12, a little bit of a shaky putt. He turned around and righted the ship almost immediately.
He's a champion. He knows where to go in certain situations, and obviously if you cough up a bogey on that hole, you don't want to make it worse than that. And James Conrad was sticking right with him, pacing him the entire time. Obviously falling a few strokes back in that middle section, but that's where you're going to see a lot of the changes happen. A lot of birdies through the front six, and that middle six is a game changer on this course.
What I want to get into right now as we get ready for our lead card to tee is the emotions out here. And if you guys can't tell, the North Carolina summer has not subsided yet. It is not quite fall. We're nearing 90 degrees today. It's moving day, a little bit of motion on the flags above the pins, so a little bit of wind, but overall very scoreable if people can keep their emotions in check and really go for it.
You got that right. This is the most ideal conditions I've seen at a USDGC. It is toasty. It is hot, about 90 today, and tomorrow it's supposed to cool off to about 85 with storms threatening later in the afternoon. So we'll see what happens with that. And with this hole we're seeing now, hole 17, that wind can be a factor.
And now we are over to hole 17, nice and quick.
That was Bartosz Kowalewski on hole number 17 off the top of the basket for the ace. We've seen two aces on this hole over the last 2 days, and we saw a circle 3 ace just moments ago.
Fireworks already in the broadcast. Here is Grady Shue, another Team Discmania player, local to Charlotte. A little bit more of a straight-on attack, playing to the wide side of that green. Avery, talk about the strategy on this green. In just a moment here, we're going to see, I believe this is Eric Eastwood, who is one of the aces already. He hit this hole yesterday. Let's see if he can go back-to-back. And it looks like he may have been waiting for hole 1 to finish putting.
Well, that's the line. And not shy about it. Putting a little more juice on it than he expected. Going long out the backside and seeing a red flag. That's out of bounds out the back of the green.
It's never what you want to see. It is such an intimidating shot from the tee, and you can see the wind just picking up a little bit on that left to right from the player's perspective. And he'll throw again immediately.
Made the correction, made the adjustment. I think he was really trying to go for that back-to-back aces on that first shot. So I don't blame him for going a little strong on that first one, but placing the second one inbounds. The special rules with hole 17 here, you get 3 tries at the island. No matter if you even lay up short off the tee pad, you get 3 tries. Any 3 misses, you go directly to the drop zone and proceed from there. It's about an 80-footer on the island green. And we've seen a few players use up all 3 of those shots. And unfortunately, going short, going long, finding a various way to find OB on this hole. But that's the rules. That's how we're going to play it. I see a lot of other players going directly at the island green, or they may actually lay up off the tee and maybe strike from there.
Many players, including very famous stars of our sport, like Barry Schultz, have tangled with the island hole 17 already to disastrous results. As we see this card walking down the fairway, the 4th player whose tee shot we didn't see, Josh Patan out of Lafayette, Louisiana. And talking about Eric's shot, he corrected a little bit, played to the safe side of that island green, but he still has work to do on this putt.
It's no gimme. Main objective on this hole, put it in bounds, put it in play, and keep it safe. You see a lot of players trying to play a little more aggressive on this B position. It's more located toward the center of the green, but it is about 5 feet, 6 feet long of the OB line. So these putts coming back here, not too inviting. That's going to be an easy layup there. Shorter putts within that circle, tough to lay back on the aggressiveness, especially if you're lined up incorrectly, maybe facing that death putt at the OB.
Yeah, Josh stepped up to that immediately and said, I don't want to tangle with that out of bounds. You actually walked this off, Avery. How far is that basket from OB?
I paced it off at 6 feet to the line in this B position, and for tomorrow we're going to see it even tucked farther to the left side and about 12 feet from the OB line, but a little harder to access from the tee pad.
Eric Eastwood here looking to save bogey.
This is one of those putts I was talking about, looking directly back at that OB. You're looking to make it, obviously, but if you have to result in anything else, you want to draw a medal, at least hit the basket and keep the disc from going forward any farther than it needs to.
And taking his time, letting some spectators get out of the way. And here's his attempt.
Pretty conservative run there. Not trying to give it too much speed, too much velocity. It just missed on the height.
It's so hard to talk yourself into that putt sometimes with that OB just looming right behind the chains.
It's an emotional roller coaster. You went through 16 holes to face the diabolical 17, and all you're really trying to do is, if you have to settle for it, you want that par, but man, if you get lined up like this, you have a good chance to convert for birdie.
And that is Grady Shue with a nice strong side putt there. He's had quite a year, Avery. You know him well, Team Discmania, whom you are the de facto manager of. Can you cue people into his game a little bit?
Yeah, he's a fantastic player, good all-around player, forehand, backhand, amazing putter as he just displayed coming out of the Carolinas and one of the combine pickups.
And his teammate Bart Kovalevsky struggling a little bit with this course, 13 over par before, and we'll see our UDisc Live ticker update momentarily here. Take a moment to shout out UDisc. What an excellent addition to both the National Tour and the Pro Tour that they've Matt, Josh, everybody involved, all the volunteers doing the live scoring. We thank you so much because it makes it easy for us to do our job. And we're going to stand down for just a moment. We'll be right back after this commercial break with Live from Hole 17.
Got the Star AVR 3 here. Same design, same outer rim as an AVR, with a nice flat top, just like all the 3 Series discs. The disc isn't gonna glide away from my target. I create the power that I want, and the disc goes that far, and then it's gonna fall out of the air. Great for sidearm shots. You can put some torque into the disc and know it's gonna handle it. Probably not going to be the disc that I putt with the most, but when I'm facing a stiff headwind, I'm going to be reaching for my AVR 3. Throw it with power, backhand or forehand, and expect it to drop right on your target.
Two great sponsors and really the engines behind this event, Innova Champion Discs, as well as Winthrop University. We're going to talk to some of the VIPs from both of those organizations a little bit later in the show. But first, we need to talk about the players to watch on this lead card. Avery, we've got Nate Sexton, Paul Ulibarri, James Conrad, and Paul McBeth leading. How about Ulibarri?
Yeah, we got some great champions on this card. We have Paul Ulibarri representing Sholo, Arizona. It's his first time appearing on the league card at the USDGC, and he has 7 top 10 finishes here at the USDGC over 12 years at this event.
And how about James Conrad? What a year he's having.
Incredible year, a newcomer to the sport in a sense, even though he's been playing at a very young age. A great competitor, fearless competitor with great putting range. Very impressive to watch him throughout the season, and a huge win at the MVP Open at Maple Hill this year.
He definitely showed his true colors there. Also at Idlewild earlier this year, that putter was on fire. And the man who needs no introduction whatsoever, Paul McBeth.
Paul McBeth, he's a 4-time world champion a perennial favorite at this event every single year. 2015 USDGC champion in search of his second U.S. title. Placing second at the World Championships this year and trying to claim his first major championship of 2018.
And if you think that he doesn't know that it's the 20th USDGC, and if you think that he doesn't want to be known as the champion of the 20th USDGC, well, my friends, you probably haven't seen Paul Macbeth, because when the lights are brightest, his game shines the brightest. And the biggest thing that we have to talk about right now with an 8-stroke lead, do you take your foot off the gas, or do you just keep pressing?
You stick to your gameplay. You know, his routine and how he plays the game. He's an aggressive player, and I believe he's going to put the pedal to the metal, throw the shots he knows how to throw. If you start laying back and play conservative, this course will bite you quick, and he knows that. He's experienced the highs and lows of this course and what Winthrop Gold can do to you, and I believe he's just going to play his game, try to keep that double-digit down per round, scoring 13 down the first round, 12 down the second round. I believe he's going to keep that pace all the way throughout the tournament.
Such a hot pace he started out on. It would not surprise me to see him drop a couple strokes, but then again, at the same time, it wouldn't surprise me if he kept it right on going. We are going to catch up here with Hannah Macbeth, who talked to some of our lead card players before their round starts. Let's see what Hannah has to say. All right, sorry about that, folks. We're going to get Hannah's audio sorted out for you. She's working real hard for us this week. She's actually going to be on the field following our lead card throughout the round today to kind of give us that perspective that we don't have in the booth. But speaking of the booth, Avery, right behind us, as you guys can see, that's hole 17 right there. There's going to be some guys putting right at our backs and hoping to avoid those OB strokes. But what a beautiful place to set up. Great office.
My gosh, we got 17's green right behind us. We got 5's green across the water. So much action happens on these two holes, and you're going to be able to spectate from live on your broadcast, you know, with the YouTube and the Facebook. Guys, check us out. Innova Discs, and thanks for being supportive of the USDGC all these years, 20 years. It's incredible to be at this U.S. major.
It is absolutely incredible. I can echo that sentiment. This is my 6th USDGC. This is your 19th appearance in one form or another.
Correct.
All the way back since the beginning. I mean,
Correct.
what are some of your memories from your earliest times here?
Wow, this is what, you know, it started out, I qualified for every USDGC throughout the years through 20. I didn't attend the first year in 99. I was still in college. I was still in classes. I really didn't know what this tournament was going to turn into. I was still a college kid, and so I had other things going on the schedule, but I didn't want to miss it. And in 2000, I made my first appearance here, ended up getting sponsored by Innova, so it was a big year, and I ended up winning the USDGC distance title 3 times, 3 top 4s here, a 4th and a second from 2006 through 2008. So this place provides great experiences and fond memories for me personally, and it's just great to see what's producing for these younger players here as the lead card. You get to see these stats, what they're doing to this course this week.
We're about 2 minutes from our lead card teeing off here, and here's some stats that really stand out. Circle 2 in regulation. No surprise here, Paul Macbeth and James Conrad are your number 1 and number 2, and they are succeeding off the tee and giving themselves opportunities to score.
And we talk about the consistency of Nate Sexton, phenomenal player, both forehand, backhand, but showing it with a circle putting percentage at 97%. And then James Conrad, a phenomenal putter inside the circle 1, but showing it outside within circle 2, 67%.
Paul Ulibarri getting it done with the scramble game, not letting the mistakes and the mishaps get the best of him. Pretty much when you talk to all of these top players, they're going to tell you you're always going to take a high number at some point in this event. It's just about how you recover, and I think you're seeing these veteran players up at the top because of that fact.
This course represents well as far as being able to control your emotions, control your game, and be able to scramble. You're not always going to be in the most ideal position, but being able to score and progress down the fairway. Saw it a few times from Macbeth yesterday. Not the most ideal position on the tee shot, but still being able to get up and down for birdie.
And you can see right there, that is your reigning U.S. champion and Canadian champion, Mr. Nate Sexton.
I love that. That's awesome.
We were just saying, why isn't there a Mexican national championship? Then he could be the NAFTA, the North American Frisbee Throwing Advocate. We'll get there. We'll get there one
love
day.
it.
We'll
That's
keep
awesome.
expanding this game. We'll grow it to all of North America and hopefully to the world. We want to welcome all of you in if you're just joining us. This is Hole 17 Live. You are watching the lead card in the third round of the USDGC. Paul Macbeth set to tee in just a moment.
Four-time world champion and 2015 United States champion, Paul Macbeth.
Flexing a forehand to the upper pin there. That looked pretty good out of his hand, Avery.
It looked like an excellent shot. Good direction, good angle, good height.
Representing Virginia, James Conrad.
James Conrad to follow. This is a tricky little pin, and the forehand just gives you the ability to kind of lean out around that Mando tree, but you don't want to skip too far down that hill or have a difficult putt.
Yeah, if there's one time you're going to feel the most pressure during this round, it's on the starting hole, on the first shot of the round.
A little bit of a high release there.
A little inside, a little early. As we talk about Macbeth, what he's going to do with an 8-stroke lead, I'm curious what James Conrad's going to do with an 8-stroke deficit. How aggressive is he going to play today? Or a Ulibarri or a Sexton, only a few back of that.
It'll be very interesting to note Conrad definitely has the weakest forehand of our lead card. The other three players feature it in their game plan to attack this course.
And you absolutely need it for this course. You need both a good balance of forehand and backhand to be able to attack these holes.
And he's clipping a little foliage there, but he just might have gotten far enough right to look at it.
Not happy with that shot. A little high, a little early. You have to get around that island of trees there, which I think he may have snuck through. Hard to tell from this angle.
Spectators already lining up to watch our current U.S. champion, Nate Sexton, with a great round 2 effort, climbing to the lead card and ready to show that he's got what it takes to go back-to-back.
Nate Sexton throwing a Sexton Firebird, no doubt about it. That appeared to be the best line of the lead card there on that first tee shot.
Claps from the gallery, but by Sexton's reaction, he wasn't quite happy with it. The lead card is going to approach their lies coming up, and we're talking about experience really putting you in position to do well out here. How about our current world champion, Greg Barsby, 4 down through his first 4 holes. Steve Brinster, 3 down through his first 4 holes, your 2013 U.S. champion.
Yeah, it's great to see some champions representing here. Greg Barsby not feeling that world championship hangover, which could happen to a lot of the top players after you have a big finish and a big win at the World Championships. Not let it affect, tournaments to follow.
And Paul Ulibarri just has to pitch up there, but great accuracy. That should be a tap-in 3.
There's absolutely a basket and a location you do not want to mess with or take for granted. Hole number 1, you're not going out of bounds. That's the positive thing. But you don't want to play this shot too aggressive, elevated basket on a side hill. Things could happen. You could see some rollaways that could easily get away from you.
And James Conrad was looking at this kind of window yesterday. He actually bogeyed this hole to start his second round. So
it's interesting for such a short hole at 255 feet that there's so many obstacles and things to miss on the way to this elevated green.
The number one, which you mentioned already, is probably nerves. It's less than 300 feet. Most of these guys can do this in their sleep. But when the gallery gets out and the heat gets up, all of a sudden it becomes a different ball game.
This is the hole you want to start with a birdie. Absolutely, this is the way you want to start the round. But with a hole like this, it's not a gimme in any sense of the word. And on a hole this treacherous, elevated basket, drop away hillside, Paul about Circle's edge. Where one always going through his mind right now. You know, you really want to get this hole through and get that birdie and move on to the next, but a lot going through his mind right now.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Is he flashing the ring there?
Absolute flash of the ring, just high enough off the front edge of the rim, crawling over into the basket for the birdie on hole number 1.
A statement putt there from Paul Macbeth. And here is Nate Sexton.
And that's the moment you can take a deep breath, kind of, you know, relish the fact that you got that birdie and you're gaining another stroke on the field, or at least this card.
Seven flips with the disc, but just not quite fully committed to the follow through on that. Splashes out weak side. He'll have to settle for a par, as will his card mates Conrad and Ulibarri coming up momentarily. It's not the end of the world.
17 holes to go, or in this case, 35.
Plenty of golf left to play. That's your lead card. 1 down, 17 to go on this Friday. And Mr. Philo Brathwaite has got some tips on upshots for us. We'll check in with him, and then we'll be right back. This is Hole 17 Live.
Hey everybody, it's Philo here. Let's talk upshots. The basket's only 100 feet away. All right, and what I notice a lot of people do is they go to throw an upshot and they load up all this energy by reaching way far back to throw the disc 100 feet. How about you make the swing half as far because you're only throwing an upshot and you should only need about half the power. Instead of reaching back straight back, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna bring my arm upwards. I'm gonna cut my swing in half by making my arm half as long essentially. And just basically hold the disc right on the back half of my body or my back leg, right off my hip. Then all I do is I turn my hips and then just let my arm swing and snap. Make everything shorter and a little bit more compact. Easy peasy, nice and easy.
And welcome back to Hole 17 Live. If you're just joining us, you're joining us via Innovatis YouTube or Facebook channels. We hope you guys will help us out. Give us a like, give us a share, give us a follow. Tell your friends and family that we'll be here all afternoon in Rock Hill, South Carolina. And we have some special guests joining us now. To my right, Mr. Neil Miller, Executive Director of University Events, and Mr. Jonathan Poole, you are the Event Director for the USDGC. Gentlemen, how you doing this afternoon?
Doing great, man. Glad to be here.
Doing really well.
And this tournament, 20 years. First of all, can you believe it? We've been talking a little bit before this event about what it was like back in 1999 versus what it's like in 2018, and the amount that this event has just grown.
Yeah, it's exciting to see. You know, I thought early on that we would be where we are today sooner. Little did I know. So it's taken a little bit longer, but you know, I think we've grown in a responsible way. And man, just excited not only about what we're doing right now, but what we can do beyond this.
And Neil, you're a little bit more of a newcomer to this scene, kind of getting involved with this disc golf thing. What do you think so far? What's your first impressions?
Well, as you said, I've only been involved for about 2 years, and I'll be honest, the appreciation just seeing how this event and talking to him the story about how it's grown in over 20 years and just seeing the atmosphere and the positiveness, it's wild. It's very good to where I just can't wait to see what it looks like 3, 4, 5 years from now.
And it's a beautiful campus. Getting to just play just such a challenging course right around this lake. It takes so much setup and so much preparation. Jonathan, talk a little bit about the team that requires to put an event like this on.
Well, we have a little bit of a head start thanks to the grounds crew here at Winthrop. So it's already in really good condition. To get it into tournament condition, we need about a month in advance. And so I'd say there's probably 20 to 30 people working at different times throughout that month doing different things to get the grounds ready. And then the week or so prior, it's a lot of you know, just setting up the ropes and getting the OB just right, and you know, a lot of planning for tents and stages and all that kind of stuff. So, but it takes a number of people just to get us to this point, and then we're probably looking at a staff of about 120 or so here this week.
Wow.
So the size of our volunteer crew is about the same size as the field. So for one course, that's pretty impressive.
And the cooperation with the university obviously paramount to being able to pull something off like this. What do you see in the future for Winthrop University and the USDGC?
Well, mainly growth. Just seeing the investment that Innova has done with the PDGA, seeing the investment with the fans here, and seeing the university to put more effort into this event. Just seeing the growth with the CVB as a partner, and seeing where we could assist to take the sport through sports recognition, through collegiate potential recognition, as well as the university brand.
And while we'll get back with these gentlemen in just a moment, we have a couple replays. Let's bring you back how our lead card started on hole 1 between Paul Macbeth and Nate Sexton. And you can see Nate here just lining up the putt. Such a tough putt in these, you know, very scoreable conditions, but staring at the gallery, little uphill angle, and he's not happy with that. You know, he has high expectations for himself. Jonathan, Nate's obviously our 2017 U.S. champion. Did he share any words with you after he won as one of your roles as team manager for Innova? What was it like working with Sexton?
Well, we're just so happy for him and for his family. You know, that was such a unique time with the baby being born, and you know, his family was all together right there as he took the stage as the champion. And you know, I remember him saying that, you know, right now everything I've ever wanted in life I have right now. And it was just such a great moment. You know, he's a fantastic guy. We're friends first and foremost, and just to be able to celebrate that with him has been fantastic. And he's gone on to do even bigger things from there. You know, developing his personal brand and, you know, developing his tour and things like that. So he's made the most of the opportunity that he earned.
It's one of the most probably tear-jerking moments that I had ever had in my career, watching him make that speech. As we look at the card on hole 17 lining up, featuring Jamie Kipp, Jordan Castro, Philo Brathwaite, and Adam Hammis. This is your 10-20 card, and this is a scary looking tee shot. Forehand is high enough, wide enough to the right side. Not an easy putt coming back. What do you think, Neil? You got that putt in your bag?
No, not at all.
Not quite yet. We'll get you there one day. We'll keep growing this event, and we'll keep getting you further and further involved. And here's the man we just saw on the flight school teaching about upshots. This is basically an upshot for the tee for Mr. Brathwaite.
He missed this one yesterday, so I'm sure he's thinking about that and wanting to make up for it. Green is a little more generous than what it looks like from the tee, but I mean, up there you can see it looks like a postage stamp.
I have a handful of tussles unofficially with this course as well, and I can verify that you stand up there and it looks about half the size as it does from our angle on this stage right now. Philo really thinking this one over, looking to try to get a birdie, get back under par for his tournament effort.
Perfect.
It's a quality shot right there. That's what we're seeing through a lot of people, though. As you can see, Philo, you want to get it a little closer.
Yeah,
but
it's a relief. I mean, you're just a relief to get it on, even for the best players in the world. You know, for it to be a relatively short hole, you can see, you know, that the side's like, oh, I made it. Now I got it. You know, now at least have a shot. And you need to be on the front side of that green to have a better angle to make it a little less risky with the OB this year being so close to that pin.
We're going to see yet another forehand. The right-hand forehand is a very popular play on this hole. Just have to commit to it. Ooh. We've shown 2 cards today. We keep talking about how hard this hole is, and we've shown 2 cards today with 2 shots off the basket.
That's why we're on 17. I mean, it's dramatic. It can go one way or the other. You can see an ace at any moment, or you could see an absolute train wreck at any moment, unfortunately.
It is. And one more forehand on the way. And that's the danger. If you don't put it high enough over those hay bales, Not only do you not get to throw that disc, but you must throw immediately. Be throwing 3.
Yeah, unlike golf, where if you were hitting a 7-iron there, you just go right back to your same 7-iron. Now you just lost that club entirely.
Just a little extra of the diabolical challenge. That needs to sit. Ooh, and you can see, finally, done off the tee. I get to walk to the green there. So let me ask you, Neil, when you, oh, excuse me, we'll get to you in 1 second. Got a replay here, one off the basket. The commitment on the forehand there. Great follow through, held it, looking for the shooter's roll, and inches from glory. Great shot there, but luckily it sat right next to the basket. That should be a pretty routine deuce. And as the card walks down this fairway, I want to ask you again, Neil, what was your reaction when you came into all this and you saw what had been done for the last 20 years? Because as I understand it, it was kind of a little bit of a hidden gem.
Yes, it definitely was a diamond in the rough, the way I've explained it to Jonathan, to where the way they have invested and grown the sport, as well as just with keeping it here for 20 years, which he explained to me this is the most consecutive tournament at the location, and that Winthrop is looking to invest, as well as with the CVB on the economic, with the tourism, with the city. This is one of those to where it could be a cornerstone to build off a year with the amount of hotel rooms, with the amount of kind of like worldwide recognition.
And I think that Rock Hill has really been such a model citizen in terms of fostering and growing a tournament. You know, you see cities like Emporia, Kansas for the Glass Blown Open, and they've also hosted Worlds there, just like this course has. It's, despite all the other majors moving around in disc golf, Jonathan, this major always stays the same.
Right. Well, it's helped tremendously to be able to keep it here in one location. We certainly didn't know everything at first, and we've tried a lot of new things. We've learned a lot of lessons. We've been able to build each year on the lessons learned, and that's a tremendous benefit.
And back on live, 17, the B pin, Philo.
Very nice.
Quality putt there. And that's just one we've seen throughout the weekend so far today and in the rounds yesterday. It's hard to talk yourself into that putt with OB looming, but he managed to do it, managed to clean that up, and he'll be going on to 18. Even for the tournament. And we'll stare down. This is just outside the circle, staring right at the hay bales.
Yes, these aren't necessarily long putts, but you have got to be sure. I mean, you've got to commit, and that takes a lot of courage for a 30-footer. It's not your average 30-footer.
No, absolutely not. And we see Jordan Castro going to a little bit more, kind of a hybrid between that straddle stance and that typical
well, and
stagger.
He's also thinking, do I believe can I make this?
Yeah, 1 over for the tournament so far for Jordan. And looking for the cut line right now, it looks to be 2 over. So this could be a very, or excuse me, cash line, not cut line.
The breeze picks up as if he didn't have enough to think about.
And just a little short arm.
Just like Adams. I mean, you just in between. I mean, you have got to step up there and commit and drill it, and that's a very difficult thing to do. So his putt looked a lot like Adams, where you could tell they weren't quite ready to put it all on the line.
And I have to ask, we're going to have Harold and Andrew Duvall on a little bit later, but when moving this basket so close to the OB, it's actually made it a pretty prime ace target as you want to just put that shot just over those hay bales. Did you expect this many aces and throw-ins so far?
Well, these guys are throwing darts. I mean, they can throw right at it, and you kind of have to have a little heat on it just to make sure that you're safe. But to see a hole no longer than that on a 10,000-foot course playing the second hardest.
Oh, second hardest so far, right behind hole 18, and you gotta love that when you have a major course and the 2 finishing holes are the ones that you have to struggle the most with. It always makes for a very exciting finish. And it's just incredible out here. The weather has been in the past couple years, it's been really rough. We've had to call off a round. We've had storms threatening, but we got Florence out of the way early this year, and just the North Carolina summer's just hanging around.
Yeah, we had a 1,000-year flood followed by a hurricane that canceled the final round, and now it's 91 degrees or whatever it is, and everybody's drenched. So we've seen it all. I don't know if this is the hottest year we've ever had, but it certainly ranks right up there.
Well, I hope I'm going to look into the camera real quick and see if I'm feeling okay. All right, not too shiny yet, but we're going to be here for a long afternoon. Before we let you get out of here, gentlemen, let's have a little fun. I'm going to ask you, looking at the standings right now with Paul Macbeth up in the 20s under par, start with Jonathan, then come to Neil. Predict for me, what's the final score going to be when the winner taps that putt in?
Well, it's probably going to be a little higher than what I thought when we were talking about this before. I mean, Paul's laid down some really good rounds. Made it look easy. I'd probably say low 40s. Give me 42.
All right, 42. How about you?
Well, I'm going to go with 40 just because Paul's really tearing this course up.
Absolutely. It's been a couple years since we've seen 40s under par. Neil Miller, Jonathan Poole, we want to thank you so much for stopping by the studio, and please come back anytime. Don't be a stranger.
Thank you very much.
And we are back live on hole 3. Paul Macbeth sliding the disc, challenging that OB line in the back. And next to tee, James Conrad. That signature JC AVR that he has been throwing so well all year this year. And this is a hole that has gotten so much tighter. The bottleneck on the fairway really means you have to go all the way for the pin. It's not really easy to lay up. Conrad's one down so far. And that's leaking left on him. Avery back in studio with me, and he's in the hazard.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate play. Just didn't get enough of a flat release on that and get the carry. As you see the top graphic on the U-disc, it's playing as the 18th hole, difficulty-wise, being the easiest hole on this course to score.
And that is not a mistake you want to make there. As Nate Sexton going for the forehand here, and this could get risky. He needs to make sure he gets it far enough to the left to stay out of those woods.
This is absolutely his play right here, though. This is his strength. This is what he can go to, and puts it on points.
You called it right there. That should be a routine. Maybe a 4 or 5 flipper instead of a 7 flipper for Mr. Sexton. Paul Ulibarri, you can see 83% fairway hits so far, sitting at 14 under par.
Kind of surprised. I think he's going backhand on this shot. Known for a very strong, dominant forehand, but displaying a...
Well, when you throw the backhand and make it look that easy, he put that thing on hyzer and still kept it dead straight. Reading the slight bit of wind oh so well, and oh my goodness, we have to talk about Greg Barsby. As the lead card walks down hole 3, he's 6 for 6 through his first 6. Bunch of sixes in that sentence, and then he bogeys hole number 7. The man has not parred yet.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. You know, starting off that hot, being the current world champion, trying to make a statement, trying to have that hangover after a big world title less than a month ago. But coming out of the gates hot, 6 for 6. You know, if you bogey 7, that can happen. And, man, you got a lot of holes to go, making a huge charge, and he's trying to get on that lead card going into the final round.
He wants to get his second major of the year. Of course, Eagle McMahon winning Konopiste Open, and there are only 3 majors on the PDGA Tour this season just to try to make that statement. And if you think about only having 3 majors in the year, if one person can win 2 of them, it's really hard to deny that they're having the strongest season out of the entire MPO field.
Yeah, as a player, you're trying to lock down big tournaments, pro tours, national tours, and majors being those. And it's almost like kind of a thing in the back of your mind for a Play of the Year award. That's one of the most dominant, awards or titles you can earn besides a world champion or a U.S. champion. Getting that Player of the Year award, and there's so many players vying for that award this year.
Here's James Conrad, and he might be just outside of circle 2 here, slightly downhill on the putt, easily within his range. We saw him yesterday commit to a dangerous putt on hole 4 to can the birdie. definitely lining up the step putt here.
Like you said, this is well within his range. Doesn't want to drop a stroke this early in the round. Trying to make a charge on Macbeth. Currently sitting 9 back. What's he got on this? Wasn't low.
It wasn't low. Just off the top band there, didn't quite account for the drop in the hill. And that is going to be a bogey at best for James Conrad on the easiest hole in the course. Like we said, the numbers can come and bite you just at any point during this round. It's all about how you pick yourself back up and move on. Paul Macbeth's walking out there, and he slid way outside, it seems. So a little bit of a fortunate break for James, but Paul definitely has enough cushion to still be aggressive. Honestly, he could be aggressive all day, and he's afforded a few mistakes with the way he's played through the Wednesday and Thursday rounds.
And that's absolutely one of his strengths, is playing aggressive, whether you're chasing the leader or in the lead. But as he's showing right now, birdieing 1 and 2, the best he can do is a par on this hole, trying to knock down this 55, 60 footer.
Flashing the rings again. Conrad misses the flag, skips long, and there's Paul Macbeth right there tapping in 4.
Giving it a solid bid, a slight uphill, a little breeze, so you can see indicated by the top flag, but giving it a good bid, you know, like you said. Doesn't got a whole lot of pressure on him right now. I think he can just kind of keep on coasting through. Unfortunate bogey here, but, you know, the first 2 birdies to start the round are keeping him in position.
And this is Paul Ulibarri to break the tie. He's currently tied for 5th. He could climb up into a tied for 3rd position. And just over the cage. A little bit tentative on the release there, but good enough to call it a birdie. 2 strokes on 2 of his card mates early. And that's a pure putt from James Conrad.
Dead center putt to keep control of that 2nd place. Still a few back in Macbeth, but still ahead of Sexton and Ulibarri, as Sexton's going to do a 2-flip tap in for birdie on 3. So back-to-back birdies, 2 and 3 to start the round.
That's how you know it's easy. He only gets 2 flips with the putter right there. And we just talked about Paul Ulibarri getting a nice start early. Let's spin this back just a little bit and see how he attacked this hole one more time. We'll see Nate Sexton first with the forehand going wide. You like the forehand play from Nate here.
That's his strength. You know, he knows what his game is better than anybody for obvious reasons, and he's going to go with what he's most confident in. It's that forehand shot with the Sexton Firebird.
And here's Paul's release. Give me a little bit of a breakdown on that.
Slight uphill putt, not too much breeze, and definitely gave it the height. He's got a really good putting stroke and good finish and good follow through right to the chains.
When we see the galleries already starting to build here on Friday, we expect even more people tomorrow as the weather is going to be phenomenal. And if you're in the area and you're watching this on TV, first of all, we thank you very much for tuning in. Leave your TV on so we can keep that view count up, and then come on out here. There's happy hour after the rounds. There's $4 beers going on. There's live music. There's all kinds of cool stuff. And, of course, the USDGC Pro Shop selling all the goodies, which we'll get into in just a little bit later with some giveaways from Avery and I. We'll stand down for just a moment. We'll be right back. It's Hole 17 live here at the USDGC.
So, yeah. Welcome back to the Innova Flight School. Chris Shotwell here. Today, we're here to talk about the Rock X3. It's the newest mid-range in the Innova lineup. Has a nice flat top, low profile, and a hefty rim. It's going to have that long straight flight like the Rock 3 with a very dependable fade at the end. It's torque resistant, so it can handle a lot of snap, which makes it great for sidearm throws and throwing those nice long flex lines. When I need to have control facing a strong headwind, I'm going to reach for my Rock X3. Whether from the tee or the fairway, regardless of the wind, If you want the long straight flight with a reliable fade, reach for the Rock X3.
And welcome back to Hole 17 Live at the 20th USDGC. Jamie Thomas, Avery Jenkins here with you live in studio. And Avery, the weather is beautiful so far this weekend, but that hasn't always been the case. I remember just a couple years back, the year that we had to call the tournament short a day, you played pretty well even in those conditions. You remember that year?
That was my last and final year in 2015 playing the USDGC. Torrential downpour. There was rivers in the fairways, and I was one of 7 players to shoot under par for that round. So I was very impressed with myself, and that was the kind of the way to go out playing this event.
And somebody else very impressed with himself. How about Chris Clemens, the lefty, on in 1, looking at 2. This is your 1040 AM card. We're looking at AJ Risley. A little bit of an up and down tournament so far. And he's opting for the backhand turnover.
Nice smooth release, nice height, nice angle, good control. Main objective, put it on the island green. Third to tee, we have Shane Seal, representing Alabama here in his 4th USDGC appearance. It's a little different, I think, facing this hole. If you're under par, currently over par 15, a little different mindset, but I think you're really trying to finish this off and put it on the green. And does.
And that's a great shot right there. He took a wider route than we see from a lot of people, allowed it to not push too far down the fairway and bring the water into play. As Lewis Bitney goes quickly, also with the forehand. And we have seen him on some lead cards. Remember him from the Utah Open this year. Northern California local, representing DGA.
This is not a shot you want to rush. He's not taking his time. He's rushing these shots. He already has a 3rd disc in his hand as he approached to throw a 2nd shot. So that's not the mindset you want to have going into this hole.
Sometimes it pays just to take a moment and go. And that's a great shot right there. He gets on the green, should be looking at the ability to clean that up from there. And that's his 2nd shot. Avery's so close to being in bounds.
Yeah, the OB line is actually inside the hay bales there. So on the ground inside, it's actually got to cross that plane to be considered out of bounds. On top of those hay bales does not cut it.
What you didn't see on the replay there as he threw his shots very quickly was the spotter actually had to go up and see if the disc was peeking over that hay bale or not before he ultimately showed the red flag. And that will be Clemens, Risley, Seal, and Bitney. Again, your 1040 AM card. We're going to be here with you all afternoon. We've still got 3 more hours worth of groups to go. We hope you'll join us. And real quick, Avery, let's tease the giveaway that we're doing today. You and I went shopping the other day.
Yeah, we had a great opportunity to go through the shack, as you call it. It's the USDGC Pro Shop. And we got to go through with these big Innova boxes, these disc boxes, and go through and hand pick and hand select some awesome discs, some different USDGC apparel, from hats to water bottles to glasses to the new Discover bag released by Innova yesterday. And we put together these awesome prize packages averaging the price of about $200 value per box. And we're going to do some great giveaways for each of those boxes. I think your box is going up today. My box is going up for tomorrow. And we're going to give those away to 1 lucky winner per day. And for everybody tuning in the broadcast, we'll get 1 lucky winner to get the USDGC box.
Stay tuned. We'll have details on that just a little bit later. As you saw there, in the sport of disc golf, the benefit always goes to the player. And you never want to try to take something away from anybody. I know the whole card really wanted to give Lewis the inbounds on that because it's such a heartbreaker of a hole, but ultimately didn't see the disc cross into inbounds, and he, like the rule goes, if you're 1% inbounds, you're 100% inbounds, but they couldn't find that 1%. Here's AJ Risley looking for a deuce on hole 17. 9.5 meter putt. Little mini fist bump from AJ. Great putt. Rocking the Jomez Pro hat, representing Dynamic Discs.
Here we go, Chris Clemens. Lining up the lefty. This is the line I was talking about. You want to be aggressive with this putt, but make sure it's on line.
Ooh.
And on line, but maybe also adjust the height a little bit as well. It's a scary putt. You know, late in the round, you're mentally fatigued, you're physically fatigued, but you still got to commit to those putts.
That's just tall order at some point. You can see Clemens, Risley, and three-time U.S. champion Barry Schultz in the background teeing off on 18. Hole 17 is dropped to the third hardest hole. We saw it as the second hardest hole throughout the first 2 rounds, and it's got to be courtesy of a handful of those throw-ins or aces that we've seen, because normally you would expect this to be number 1.
18's actually been scoring the hardest to par. You know, the finishing hole on this course, probably one of the most iconic and most challenging finishing holes in all of disc golf, is definitely posting some numbers for these players. Just a slight adjustment with some of the rope creeping in from that right side down the hill, giving you a smaller landing space. And that second shot to that sloped fast green adds that difficulty. But 17, 18, back-to-back holes to finish the round. You can't fall asleep on these.
Shane Seal converts with ease. And just as we were talking, see the UDisc Live stats have updated as Clemens tapped in his par. Now it becomes the 4th hardest. So players making kind of easy work of this hole here. I'm a bit surprised, but that's how she works sometimes. You put that pin so close to that OB, and that's the line. We talked about it with Jonathan Poole. That's the line you want to hit just over those hay bales.
It's a touchy shot, depending if you're going to go backhand, putter, mid-range. The shot of choice is obviously a forehand driver, overstable, trying to play to that big side, fat side of the island, and just pitch back. You know, there's no shame in taking the 3 on this difficult of a hole, and it's going to save you strokes in the long run.
And if you are just joining us, you are watching Hole 17 live. This is the 20th USDGC, the Winthrop Gold Course in Rock Hill, South Carolina. My 6th appearance here at this event. Avery's 19th in one form or another, and I can say from my experience that this is one of my favorite, if not my favorite event of the entire year. The hospitality is phenomenal. Everybody is so happy and so just juiced up to really compete for this title. And I know this one eluded you in your career, but you've won a world title before. What does winning something of this magnitude mean?
It's a game changer. It's a life changer. As a disc golfer, this is one of the career goals you set out to win. It's a major event. Whether it's a European Open, a Japan Open, a U.S. title, or a world title, this can change your career as a disc golfer and absolutely change mine for the better. Being a world champion, knowing that no one can ever take that away from me. You know, being a major champion title within disc golf is a proved testament to you as a player, and all the hard work that you put in definitely pays off. And you're seeing Paul McBeth, you know, having a career within disc golf, being a major champion, 4-time world champion, 1-time U.S. champion, in search of his 2nd this year.
And we talked for a few years about Paul McBeth, who you can see on the stats comparison here. He's highlighting some categories so far. We talked for many years about how this was the tournament to kind of get the monkey off of his back, the one he really needed to win to take a next step into that conversation, the ultimate conversation about who's the greatest of all time. Teaser alert. Somebody also who is known as the greatest of all time may be joining us a little bit later in the broadcast, so make sure you guys stay till the end. But the monkey on the back really has jumped off of McBeth and jumped onto Ricky Wysocki. And we haven't said his name a whole lot yesterday or today. He's been just outside the top 10, kind of looking in, off to a tough start. How do you deal with those emotions when you know this is the next step that you have to take, and just to kind of put it down and do it?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of exterior pressures on Ricky Wysocki trying to perform his best at a tournament of this level. Obviously a 2-time world champion. He's no stranger to top-level events, and he's won incredible amount of big events, not only throughout the U.S., but throughout the world. But this is considered his home course these days. Lives 15 minutes away in Fort Mill, South Carolina. I'm not sure if his family moved down here for the fact that the USDGC is hosted here every year and for the last 20 years. But this is the course that I think he would, you know, if I had to bet on anybody, he'd be the most dominant on. from the forehand play to the backhand play to anything inside 80 feet being a gimme putt for this guy. I am surprised by his play this week and previous years, but man, it's crazy to see just even to start today. He had 2 bogeys to start the round, maybe trying to play a little more aggressive, having those exterior pressures among the other pressures you have to deal with throughout playing a very challenging round here at Winthrop Gold.
Ricky Wysocki known for his putting as we again look at these UDIS stats comparison, and 2 names that stand out who are also known for great putting, McBeth and Sexton, but trailed only a little bit by Conrad and Ulibarri. All of our lead card over 90% putting performance for the tournament inside of Circle 1. And let's stand down for 1 second, take a look at a disc that I know Avery knows very well. How about the Innova T-Bird?
Hey everybody, it's Philo Brathwaite here with you. Gonna talk T-Birds today. One of my favorite discs in my bag, and I'd say the main reason is because it's very consistent. That's the whole point of the fairway driver, is that you're throwing something under control. It has such a smooth, straight flight when I put about 80% power on it. Disc really glides through the air, and then it has that really clean, smooth, late finish to the left. Whichever angle I want to put, whether it be a Anheuser, I can really drag out that stability and let it just have a nice slow fade to the right, or if I want a really straight shot and I just come right across the nose of the disc and just hold that nice straight line, or let's say I want that long, slow fading hyzer, nice sharp angle like that, and the disc just holds that line wherever I want it to go. I like the T-Bird because it feels right, it looks right, and it flies right.
And as always, thanks to Innova Disc for making some great plastic, and honestly, if you buy the plastic, that's how we can put on this event. Live on the tee of 17.
This is Nick Wood, one of the 3 aces that's occurred on 17 throughout the weekend. Just playing it safe, not trying to get too aggressive and putting it on the dance floor.
And he goes a little bit long with it as that putter shot
that's good.
fades on him. He's going to get the red flag. One of his card mates has already made it inside of Circle 1.
If you would like to, I'm sure you can.
Up next,
Yeah, I think that's why they do it.
I do believe, is this Mr. Goodpasture or Mr. Carlson we're looking at here, Avery?
This is Linus Carlson right
There
here.
we go. Taking his time, making sure that follow through is working for him. Probably the most important part of this shot, committing to that line and following through. Linus Carlson.
You could see right in the reaction as the disc left his hand, that little follow through, that little jump, that little mannerism right there, you could tell he missed it and left it low. A lot could be said just by watching the follow through of these players on these shots, whether they're going to make the island green or not.
Another very difficult tee shot on this course. I know this is a favorite of yours, Avery. Hole 5, par 5, nearly 1,100 feet, weighing just in at 1083. Paul Ulibarri to tee first.
Put a nice move on it, good rip. Wait for it to finish back left side, center cut of the fairway. Absolutely one of my favorite holes in disc golf. Hole number 5, par 5, has so many other factors. You're throwing over the water on the tee shot, playing alongside the lake all the way down the fairway, and then that third shot, hopefully third shot, going across the lake again to the pin. One of my favorite holes in disc golf, and absolutely one of the best par 5 number 5s in all the world.
Paul McBeth looks to have gotten a little bit safe, challenging the trees up near the gallery. And it's going to be a little bit of a tough lie from there. It's going to require some straddling, which may change the strategy. You really want to get into an optimal placement for your third shot. So your second shot really needs to place as close to the water as you can so you can attack the corner. James Conrad. Red shirt, red disc, trying to avoid that red flag. Let's see what he can do.
Make sure you get it over. Getting that ride and glide. Now, this is one of the shots on the entire course where you can really open up that big driver, really go for a little more than you can think on a lot of other par 3s, 4s, or 5s. That lakeside edge can come into play if your disc fades out a little too far to the left. But man, these guys can really open up and display it here.
Check 1, 2, check 1, 2.
And we're seeing just a little bit of a headwind develop on hole 5 there. We've pretty much seen the wind stay down so far. Like we've talked about many times already, very scoreable. But man, you don't want to attack the corner of that water with a headwind.
You can feel a little breeze coming. It's not that bad. I've experienced more on this course, but this is the most we've experienced in the last 3 days. And it definitely is a factor on the drives, but more especially on the putts.
Is it right now enough to make you change your disc, or do you think these guys are going to stay with what they were going to throw in a calm situation?
I think they're going to stay within their game, realizing that it's not too much to deal with. It's not another factor at this point on the course. But these guys are world-class players, and having a little breeze like this shouldn't change their gameplay, and they'll play as aggressive as they want to, no matter where the shot is, and with this much will be on a course.
We'll take a moment right now. We want to thank all of the spotters. We talk about red flags and green flags. Jonathan Poole mentioned it, an army, a literal army of spotters and volunteers, people driving the carts, serving in the hospitality. It is just a phenomenal, phenomenal group of people.
There we have Ken Rollins representing Ohio. He's been down here a number of years. He is the spotter on 17. He absolutely loves his job, loves this hole, and he claims it as his own. He's out there waving the red, waving the green, hopefully more green than red.
Yes.
But he's down here every single year, and he's a past Golden Rake winner at the USDGC.
We'll hear more about the Golden Rake winners in a segment in just a little bit. Here is Nate Sexton perched in the center of the fairway, probably going to line up a backhand here for a second shot.
Wow.
Just avoiding the tops of those trees.
Not too high, just high enough, right over the top of the trees, hyzering back to the center cut of the fairway. That's a excellent second shot, put in position for this third shot across the water. It's 466 from that tree to the right, you can see. So that's kind of how you measure to where you want to land that second shot if you do have enough to get across for the birdie 4 on the par 5.
And Paul Macbeth, whose caddy is rocking the old school bag, Josh Anton style.
Yeah, it's great to see that. He made a comment walking up for his practice rounds on Monday and Tuesday talking about the new bag lineup. I think those hold like 32, 35 discs, which is typically more than you carry on other courses, but on a course like this with so much water, you want to have a few backups. Wow. It's great to see his sidearm game develop over the years. From a knee, out of position, stand still, kind of straddle sidearm just to get it back into play. It can be a tough decision here if he does go for that third shot a little longer than most.
Yeah, and you could see when you're out of position on that second shot, he's even more out of position for the third shot now. Here's Paul Ulibarri. He could capitalize.
Taking it right down the middle.
A little higher on that hill than you want to be. As you can see, there's a little bit of a slope the further you get away from the water, and it's just the little things like that on this course, running downhill, trying to throw over out of bounds most of the way to get yourself a putt. It's the little things that make the difference.
I love the difficulty and challenges of this hole, but I like how you have to be in certain places and placements on this hole to have those preceding shots. And as I said before, one of my favorite holes in all disc golf, hole number 5. And if I've ever put together, a collection of holes in my Dream 18, this would be the number 5. This is the best number 5 in disc golf.
Well, you've played a whole bunch of courses, so if you ever put together that Dream 18, call me up. I'll come play it. James Conrad drifting a little bit further right than he would want.
Up in the same area as Ulibarri, I think they can match these shots, and maybe depending on who goes first, they can get that win read. depending if that's a factor coming off the water.
And we'll let our lead card walk up there, just off to our right in the studio. Again, you can see, just in a little blurry background behind us, you can see one of the cards teeing on 18. We've got 5 across the water. We've got 1 just behind us. It is such a phenomenal place to be. There's nowhere that I'd rather be. I hope you guys would never be anywhere other than here. I got that sentence out. It's all good. Let's take a look at UDisc Live stats. We've got some movement going on moving day. 2013 U.S. champion Steve Brinster has only parred 1 time. Nate Sexton has only parred 1 time. Eagle McMahon off to a great start, popping into the top 10 for the first time this weekend, I believe. Joel Freeman also tied with him, the fellow Colorado native. And Kevin Jones now tied for 3rd, 1 stroke up on Paul Ulibarri. And man, he just knows how to play this course. He's the exception to the rule.
He's playing clean so far, 3 down through 7 holes. Speaking with him earlier in the week, playing very confident. He made his debut last year, making the lead card 2nd round of this event, and I think it gave him a lot of momentum going to the offseason. Obviously having a great year this year. A few tough losses in the middle section this summer, but locking down a few wins as of late and displaying that he has all the skills. Now he's showing he has the confidence to play this event at the highest level.
And we talked about Greg Barsby earlier. He just double bogeyed number 9, which has been significantly redesigned. Back to that in a moment. Here's Paul McBeth, looking aggressive.
Do it.
Good line, good turnover. Should be no fear on this shot. Flexing back to the basket. Wow.
You think he wants this one?
He's sure playing like it and showing it on this shot across the water with such accuracy and control, putting it right below the basket.
Pad that circle 1 in regulation stat. A little bit of swagger in the walk, old school vibe on the bag, and he is not letting up. I mean, he already has 9 strokes on the 2nd place competitor.
You can see by that smile on his face, a little more relaxed after that shot. The tee shot was way out of position, as we were talking about many shots can be, but capitalizing with the forehand 2nd shot, putting him in placement for that 3rd shot across the water, and taking full advantage of it.
And here's Nate Sexton, who probably is in the best position of the 4 of them to attack this pin. Let's see if he can get it in the bullseye.
I don't know if you recognize that disc in his hand.
Yeah?
That's a Star Excalibur that I gave him 2 years ago, and it's good to see this disc flying.
A little bit of mojo.
Safely on land, didn't try to push it too much out left, just assuring that he got back inbounds. Really tough shot from there. He does have the forehand distance to hang it out left over the water, maybe early release or playing a little tentative, just trying to put it back in play.
Little anti-skip to keep him inside of circle 1, and he'll have an opportunity to birdie as well. James Conrad, who we mentioned earlier, doesn't have the best forehand in this group, but very accurate with the backhand, so I would expect him to stay with what he knows how to do. Yesterday, he was close enough to the water's edge to attack it with a putter. Looks like he's going mid-range. I know he likes that MD4.
Going mid-range across the water, putting it on a great line, and sticking the green.
Great putt. He's taken the water out of play with that approach. He'll have just a little bit of a headwind to deal with on the putt.
You gotta love when you can throw that far off the tee and 2nd shot to line up a 3rd shot mid-range across the water.
And I had one of those in the bag for a minute. Those are not understable discs. Just goes to show the power of James Conrad and company. Here's Paul Ulibarri to go 4 for 4 over the corner.
Wow, flash in the pan. Coming right across the front side of that basket, hyzering in, sticking it on the green, circle 1 putt, and a birdie coming up for Ulibarri.
So much trust that you need to have to execute that shot well. Peter McBride, another California product on Paul Ulibarri's bag. What is the best that you have ever played hole number 5? You said it's in your Dream 18. Take me back.
Yeah, the dream is it's a par 5, so the best you can possibly do on this kind of hole is a 3. I've never actually threw this hole
Wow.
in practice or competition. Probably a little more easier to do in practice. But I have heard of several players. I've heard of Kevin Jones, eagling this in practice. I've heard of Garrett Gerthy, eagling this in practice. And I think he did it during the competition as well. But it's just really tough to get that big tee shot far enough to line up a second shot across the water. And I don't know how close they're getting to this basket, but I assume with Gerthy's power and his distance and his range that he's getting in the circle and knocking down that eagle putt.
Hey, Mom, guess what? I've taken a 4 on this hole before, and so has Avery. So, hey, I'm almost there. I'm living the dream out here at USDGC. We're going to rejoin the lead card in just a moment when they reach their putts on hole number 5. And, man, the gallery is already swelling today. Let's take a look at how these guys got across the water. This is Paul McBeth, trusting what I can only assume is a destroyer on that slight hyzer line. Beautiful execution. Great follow by our camera operator, too. And here's James Conrad.
Working that mid-range disc. Slight little turnover, but keeping a nice flat straight carry. Stick in circle 1.
That's the good news, to have a mid-range instead of a driver there, because a driver may have skipped towards that water. Here's Nate Sexton, 9 meters for birdie. Ooh. Are you surprised to see Sexton struggle a little bit early with the putter?
That was no gimme. That was, you know, a 30-foot putt for birdie. Not too much wind, as you see, but it wasn't low. It was a valiant effort. It was straight. It was at it. Do I question it? You know, is a fantastic putter, no doubt about it. But, you know, the nerves might play in and come into account at this point, 5 holes into the 3rd round. I think he's going to make this.
I think you would be right. There's James Conrad getting his birdie. And, yeah, I mean, Sexton's 10 back from McBeth, and McBeth is parked. Absolutely parked. It puts the pressure on you, and that is Paul's favorite way to play disc golf. He loved to just single out and put pressure on people's putting game. Here's Ulibarri, who has changed his putting style over the years, found great success so far this season.
Yeah, I was changing it up, going with what works at the time. You know, disc golf and golf is not a game of perfect, and you do what produces the best results. And obviously, as a top player, you're going to alter and change your drive and your putt throughout the years, and he's done it several times throughout his career. That's the way you want to play hole number 5 right there.
Yeah, you don't really have to change your putt at all when it's that close. Don't want to hit your knees, head, or shoulders on the basket. Let's take a look at your leaderboard so far. What stands out to you, Avery?
I see Kevin Jones trying to make a big move during moving day, trying to get that lead card final round. Obviously, 2013 USDGC champion Steve Brinster also making a bid, shooting 4 down through 9 holes. And we were talking about Ricky earlier, currently tied for 7th place.
He is no doubt going to be in the mix. I would be shocked to see him outside the top 10 by the time he tees off tomorrow. He's just that good of a player. If you're just joining us, you are watching Hole 17 live. We are on Innovadisc Facebook and YouTube channels. Please like and subscribe. Please tell all your friends about it. Tell your family. Tell your enemies even. We welcome everybody in here. We've got a disc golf family all around the world, and we are so excited. Jamie Thomas, Avery Jenkins bringing you the entire lead card and hole 17 action until the last putt drops. Giveaways, special guests to come. We're going to rejoin the lead card here on hole 6, because when Paul McBeth's playing this well, you don't want to look away.
You're absolutely right. Hole number 6, for those that are students of the game and watching USDGC for the last 19 years, you've seen this hole alter and change and morph just with some of the way the rules play. The way that this OB line down the entire right side is definitely encroached a little farther left, making it a very thin fairway. And these trees right off to the front right side of the green, or sorry, off the tee pad, have definitely influenced this tee shot. I remember back in the day when these were small saplings, you could throw the big hyzer out and around, out to the right side and spike it into the sand. A much different shot these days on hole number 6, aka the beach.
Paul Ulibarri going beaching.
Looking to get a little straighter carry on the skip, a little early on the fan skip, and I think we see red.
The red flag, and he will proceed to the drop zone from there. Something new this year, even if you go out of bounds on the putt from the drop zone, which was traditionally something that you could run, something definitely inside these players' ranges. You have to go back to that drop zone. So adding the stroke and distance on this hole, just making it that much tougher. And here's Paul McBeth. You know he's going aggressive.
And that's the shot. You go outside, wide right with either a Thunderbird, maybe a T-Bird, fairway driver, and sticks it on the sand. A great line, a great straight skip, and he's on circle 1.
It is still a death putt, one that would make most of us shake in our boots just a little bit, but I don't want to sound like a broken record, but he is just playing out the box right now. It is going to be hard for someone to catch him, but here's the man who has the best chance at the moment, sitting 18 down. James Conrad really could use to put this at least inside of circle 2.
I'm saying I think he might be throwing a fairway driver. Not the fastest driver, but something he can throw controllable and straight and get that late skip forward. And does.
Good controlled skip there. That's going to be an opportunity for him.
Got Conrad and McBeth, both beach boys right now, and see if Sexton can join the group. Great release. Nice flat straight carry. Precision.
The duet becomes a trio just outside the ring of bricks. And Paul Ulibarri going to be on the outside looking in. He's going to have a tough putt facing the water. What do you have to do in those moments when there's water behind, but you really don't have the room to kind of lay it up? You need this putt at this moment.
Ulibarri is a confident player, a confident putter. I see no doubt that he's going to try and knock this putt down. It's about a 45, 50 footer from the drop zone, putting for 3 back at danger, back at OB, being a true death putt. I don't see him holding back one bit. This is a major championship. This is lead card, moving day. I'm counting for him to knock this one down. I have full confidence as a putter watching him play that he's going to do it.
You have to really play at breakneck speed with the pace that's been set by our leader, but at the same time, what you're doing on this course through the first 7 holes, you're playing what I call squirrel golf. You're just storing up those birdies because you know that middle 6. We saw with Josh Anton yesterday taking back-to-back 7s on 11 and 12. This course can turn around and take it away much more quickly than you can earn it.
Yeah, these are the holes, this front stretch. We talk about the front 6. It's even continued through the front 7. The lake holes being the birdieable, very scoreable holes. And once you cross that street over into hole 8 and start working that middle section, that middle 6, that's when the holes get very challenging, very difficult, and those ropes start getting a lot more tighter on those fairways.
And we'll see the gallery watching for some great putting. A little cameo there by Jonathan Gomez of Gomez Productions. Just a reminder that once you're done here watching the live, we've got many more ways that you can follow the USDGC Ulti-World Disc Golf's podcast, The Upshot, which I'm happy to be a part of. We're going to go live when the round is over, and Gomez coverage will follow tomorrow. In the meantime, Ulibarri for 3.
Right off the top of the band, a good bid, good height. Like I said, it's no gimme. I thought it was going to be a little more aggressive play on that, and he played a little conservative, trying to give it a bid, give it a run.
And the wind just seems to be switching a little bit here, as I can feel it in the studio, which is, probably only 400 or 500 feet from where these guys are putting right now. But the wind doesn't matter. This close, protected green. No problem, birdie for Paul McBeth. Just padding those putts. He's missed 2 putts all weekend inside the circle, and one of them was just a fluke. Nate Sexton will also join the birdie party, or as he likes to call it, Birdie Fest. James Conrad as well. And Ulibarri, unfortunately, going to drop 2 strokes to the card there. That should put him at 14 down, and there's a lot of players making moves. That's not the time that you really want to take that loss. You've got Steve Brinster and Eagle McMahon still making power moves today. Eagle McMahon, so close a couple of years ago. You know he wants this. He's the young gun that could make such a statement You were talking about it earlier, what it can do for your career. What's it going to do for that young man's career?
Yeah, we're talking about the Bird here, having a monumental career this year with big wins to start off the season. National Tour has been his feast, doing great at these big events. A little letdown at Worlds. I was expecting a little more, but those are different courses. You're playing in the woods, a lot more OB, a lot tighter it even seemed than this course here. But if he can put together a round a day, it would be great to see what he can do on Championship Saturday.
Let's check in with your top 10 right here. This is your leaderboard. Steve Brenster, Paul Ulibarri will go to 15 down because 16 minus 1 is 15. Got my math going so far. He's only 1 down through the round. Ricky Wysocki tied for 9th. Greg Barsby getting back up in the mix. Zach Melton, who we saw on the lead card yesterday. And if the round ended right now, you would see Kevin Jones right back in position to at least vie for the podium. This will shift throughout the rest of today.
It shifted as you were talking. You're talking about these UDisc stats coming through on the flow. They're constantly changing all the time, and it's great to see how current these scores really are. And if you guys are following around the UDisc app or watching the broadcast now, it is current and constant and live all the time on the course.
Shout out to the UDisc guys. Guys and gals, everybody who works behind the scenes at UDisc, it has just been such literally a godsend to the tour and to our ability to kind of keep track of the action and really decipher and break down what goes on between the ears and from the fingertips of the best players in our sport. We also want to shout out to the 2 women who are playing in this event. We have the Pages, Paige Squared. Paige Pierce and Paige Bjerkes, both your U.S. champion, your U.S. women's champion, Ms. Pierce, and Ms. Bjerkes, your world champion, 1 time. We're going to hopefully have them on the broadcast tomorrow. I'd like to hear about their experience. There is actually a long, although not numerous, history of women competing in the USDGC. There have been a handful who have earned that honor. We can't wait to hear from their perspective. In the meantime, Triple Mandos ahead. Paul McBeth.
Ooh, just turned it over a little more than he wanted, catching the inside right side of the gateway. It's a triple mando. It's no gimme at 284 feet, par 3. And man, you can gain a stroke here, but you can lose a stroke fairly quickly. Just the pressures that come with throwing a shot with this much execution. You're throwing slight downhill, either a putter or a mid-range, trying to get that straight carry and get through the gateway to get the birdie. Not a giving by any means, but these top professionals looking to thread it right down the middle.
James Conrad going for more of a straight line, whereas Paul McBeth executed that inside-out shot. Looks to be a little more movement on the feather banner up by the tee than we saw from the basket in the shot just a moment ago. It's not really a mistake, but it's probably the loosest we've seen Paul McBeth with the situation so far today.
What do you think Sexton's going to do here?
Firebird would not surprise me. You have more room out to the right of the pin, but you got to get it in the gate first.
A lot of angle on that release there. A lot of hyzer on the release. Finished into the right side, catching that wall and then even kicking farther to the right.
Yeah, and like I said a minute ago, you could see the feather banner just off frame right here was moving. I think it's fooling our guys just a little bit.
Got to keep it flat. Get that straight carry through. The same mistake by Ulibarri and Sexton, trying to go forehand on this. I'm not sure that was a shot. You know, going backhand, trying to go at accurate mid-range or putter would have put you through the gateway. Obviously, these are technicians when it comes to the forehand. I was just surprised on the angle, the height, and release of both those shots.
Yeah, you would expect that they thought the wind was going to pick that disc up a little bit, prevent it from fading as much as it naturally does in a dead situation. But as you can see, once you get down towards that gate, the full fade took effect, and it's a treacherous drop zone there. It pretty much keeps you from getting a par on that hole.
It's amazing to see how the hole has changed throughout the years. Being kind of a gateway, always a bamboo hole. That bamboo actually only got taller throughout the years. It used to be an over-the-top shot, either backhand hyzer or a forehand shot. And it's great to see the evolution of this course. These holes change year for year, shot for shot, OB lines, this and that. We're going to have a discussion with Andrew and Harold about some of the course design changes through each and every year through 20 years of USDGC.
And there's Nate Sexton with a layup forehand. Look to just get a bogey. And you may say, well, hey, Nate Sexton just went out the right side. Why is he on the left mark? And it's a little unique rule here, Avery.
So you do get choice on this, go right or left, playing into your skill set, how you want to approach the basket. Sexton obviously opting for the left side, a little forehand turnover. Ulibarri a little indecisive here. Either going to follow that forehand turnover shot or maybe a little backhand turnover. Just trying to carve it through there, catch the angle, and put it to the basket.
And it looks like Ulibarri has decided to go to the right side. And he's going to have to put a little ante on this move. This is a tough shot. As you can see, he nearly hits the corner with that one, just speeds it around, and we'll have a routine putt to finish.
Look what this kicked to. Caught the right side of the gateway and kicked dead center, looking about 45, 50 feet.
Shooter's roll or flashing the rings, you decide. Either way, Paul McBeth is staring down a long birdie on hole 7. He didn't commit to that one.
You can see out of his hand it seemed a little low. It didn't have that forward carry, that push, or that height. But with the power, it's like almost a little standstill shot for him just because he's got such incredible range. And James Conrad, the only one of the group to stick the green, circle one, birdie putt to come.
Crucial putt here.
This is where you can get one stroke back on McBeth. You need this.
And he does, just like he's done all year. His lanky frame, good follow through, straight to the center pole. And these should be some cleanups for our lead card. And McBeth's lead shrinks to 8 strokes as they will move across the roadway there to hole number 8, just behind where the spectators are currently perched. And now starts to come the tough stretch. There's a whole plethora of par 4 and par 5s coming up that really will test your mental game and test your shot placement. For now, the signal's not too great on hole 8, so we're going to avoid that for you. We're going to stand down for just a minute and take a look at something really cool that we shot last year at the USDGC. We're going to talk about the heart and soul, the heartbeat of this event, the people behind the scenes in this episode of Beyond the Ropes.
The USDGC is my favorite event of the year, and this video series is designed to show you some of the reasons why. I'm Jamie Thomas, and I'm inviting you to come along with me and explore this tournament beyond the ropes.
Can you sort of speak to the culture of volunteerism at this event?
Well, it's for sure what makes the difference. Sometimes we refer to our volunteer base as the secret sauce. That's kind of the magic, you know. But somebody's got to put the ingredients in the secret sauce. And there's some magic in finding people, connecting with people who are as passionate about disc golf as we are.
My name is Paul Berge. I'm one of the event managers and the volunteer coordinator for the United States Disc Golf Championship.
Paul began volunteering at the USDGC back in 2002. 3 years later, he was tagged to run the volunteer program and has been at the helm of that project ever since.
Our staff is actually quite big. We probably have 50 to 60 volunteers coming in through the week for course prep, and then another 40 of the Innova staff that really help manage and glue this whole operation together.
One of those Innova staffers has been working at the USDGC since the very beginning. In fact, if you've seen our coverage of the tournament, you may recognize his voice as the man who calls out the players' names before they tee off on hole 1.
Teeing off first, representing North Carolina, defending United States champion, Jeremy Colling. My name is Andy Green. I am the official starter for the United States Disc Golf Championship and have done so since the very first year in '99. After watching the '97 Worlds Final 9 here at Winthrop, Final Foursome, had their names announced in front of the crowd, the cheers and all that. We thought, why not do that for every round of the tournament? So I volunteered to try that out. So here we are 18 years later, and you're still stuck with me here on hole 1.
The first year I was here, when you came out, you could come out that day and they were begging for volunteers.
That's Bill Jacobson. Aside from his claim to fame as the tournament director of the 2012 World Championships in nearby Charlotte, he's also been a volunteer at this event every year since the beginning.
I just showed up and they said, hey, would you spot for us here? Would you spot? And so I did. And then we've just grown and grown and grown and grown, and now it's a huge undertaking to staff this huge event.
You know, when you have leadership in all those areas and people that want to help, they have a passion to help, gravitate towards that leadership, you know, you see things develop and just happen organically in a way that you didn't even think of, but they just happen because you put people in position to succeed. Doing that year after year after year, I mean, it just grows. It just happens when the family comes together.
The volunteer culture here is very unique. It's more of a family atmosphere.
It's like nothing I've ever seen. There's many folks that have been coming out here for many years, a lot of them double-digit years. They plan their vacations, their time away from their family, just to be here and be part of this special event.
It's really great to see the folks that come down here every year, and you've known people down here forever. I mean, I can't be down here but just a couple minutes and I'm hugging people, and hey, it's great to see you. And then, you know, we'd love to see the new folks come in, and you know, it's just we're one big happy family.
The culture is what I would say a family atmosphere. I love giving hugs when I see them, ask about their year. One of the things I really enjoy about the USDGC.
Family is the word I hear over and over again, and I don't want to dilute the meaning of the word, but you know, how are these people a family, and how did they kind of come together like this?
The foundation is set because we all share a passion for the same thing. We love disc golf. We love the game. We love the community. We want to give back. I mean, this is my extended family. You know, I mean, when I'm not with my immediate family, I'm with these guys, and it's such a super special thing to be a part of.
The crossroads of this special thing is undoubtedly the hospitality area, a place where players, volunteers, staff, and even media personnel alike can all sit down, have a hot meal, a cold drink, and revel in fellowship.
Hi, I'm Chuckster Connolly with Spike Heiser, helping with player hospitality at the United States Disc Golf Championship. Been doing it for about 10 years now. I don't do anything like this any other time during the year. I don't cater professionally. A lot of people think I have my own restaurant or catering business. It's nothing like that. It's just passion of love for me and the crew behind me. Sitting back here, so often I'll see a player come in from the round and just totally devastated. This course has chewed them up, spit them out, and then stepped on them to finish up the day. And we give them some food, we talk with them a little bit, and within 5, 10, 15 minutes, they're smiling, laughing, and having a good time. And to be able to do that for a player who has so much on the line, their pride, their dreams of being a United States champion, to see them forget about the disappointment and still be able to enjoy the experience, you know, I think that's probably the biggest reward.
The players, however, are not the only ones rewarded at this event.
Jonathan Poole came up with the Golden Rake idea, and this is really the Hall of Fame of volunteers.
I guess before we get to this year's winner, I want to quickly run through the previous winners. This event, the award began in 2002. Sam Covington, and if you guys are here, just come on up, please. I know some of you are not.
What's something that you wish more people kind of knew that hasn't been, you know, the story that hasn't been told yet?
In 2003 and 2004, it's Brian Mace. You have to be here. If you've not ever been here, you just don't know. And this place it's just different here because there's so many more things happening. 2006, Rock and Pat Searle. 2007, Billy Crump.
I remember when I first came on board and Rock Searle was here. And you know, he was just kind of walking around with the pride of being involved with so long. And you know, after you come back for a few more years, it's almost like you're going to see that uncle that lives across the country, or you know, your old drinking buddy from high school.
2008, Lisa McDaniel and Bill Jacobson.
Sometimes I'm out here early in the morning, one of the first ones out, and I'll come back and I'll go down and look across the lake and just the beauty of it down here and the camaraderie of the people. It's just a great time of year. I would never miss it.
In 2012, Terry Roddy. 2013, Sam Nicholson and Stan McDaniel.
I mean, I would just encourage you to come just once. If it's this year, next year, at some point, you know, I think it'll inspire you as a disc golfer. I think it'll inspire you as a promoter. I think it'll inspire you as a fan.
2016, I suppose he's the defending rake winner, Nate Lane. And I'm going to get right to the point because I can't wait to see this guy's reaction. But he's been on board for many years. Just does a ton of work, goes about his business, whatever needs to be done. You give him a list, he knocks it out, he works hard. He does everything you could ever ask and with the right attitude. You know, so embodies this award like you wouldn't believe. But if you would, please give it up for this year's Golden Rake winner, Tom Usselman.
I want people to come here and be so glad that they did. We want to put our volunteers in a position where, sure, they're working and contributing, but I want them to be happy, you know. And I think taking that approach, you've got people that take a week off. They plan their vacations so they can come give a week or 2 or 3. There's a reason why that happens, and I don't think that's fully going to resonate with you until you set foot on these grounds during championship week.
And finally, I asked these USDGC stalwarts what it's like to sit on the couch when it's all said and done and reflect upon their experience.
There's so many people here that do so many things to make this event happen, and I think it's just neat to be able to do some small part of it to contribute to such an amazing feat in our world of disc golf.
Accomplishment is what comes to mind. It's another year under the belt.
It's a big sigh. It's like, wow, we did it again. And then you start thinking again and going, man, I can't wait till next year.
The fact that when people come here to work on this event and volunteer, they truly come here with a paid mentality, like they're getting $50,000 a year to do what they're doing. And with that kind of respect and that kind of commitment to this event, you know, how else can it not feel like a family?
Accomplishment is what I like to say.
I want them to hear it on hole 5 over there on the tee. 1, 2, 3, tee! That's what I like.
The heart and soul of this tournament, the volunteers, the staff. We want to thank them early and thank them often. Without them, nothing can get done. Joining me in studio now for Hole 17 Live, we have Harold and Andrew Duvall, the course designers of this diabolical monstrosity that we call Winthrop Gold, challenging the best in the world. Harold, I want to start with you. Take us back. This course in its early years to this course today. What was the idea, the mindset behind this challenge?
The mindset was 2 or 3 things. One is we wanted to have distance with accuracy. So every shot would have an accuracy component, sometimes a distance component too, but always accuracy. And what that did was really engage the players on an emotional level. I think that, more than anything else, distinguishes the Gold Course from any other disc golf course. It is an emotional roller coaster. Sometimes those emotions are higher than anything the players have had in their lives. And sometimes it can be tragic, like on 17 right behind us. But either way, the players feel like they've lived a lifetime in every round. And then to create a circuit where players' performances could be appreciated by the fans. You know, it's very, very visible. Almost all the holes can be seen by lots and lots of spectators. And that ability for their great performances to be appreciated is something we want to incorporate from the beginning.
And one of the biggest things, it's a common feature of this event, Spectator Sunday. it shows off. You think, oh man, Paul McBeth throwing 13 down, 12 down, no problem, right? That means I can get 5, 6, 7 under par. No way, Jose. You come out here and you're shooting over par if you don't have that accuracy. And this year, you've passed the design duties off to your son, Andrew, who is responsible for this graphic we're looking at right here, hole number 9. This is your design debut at USDGC. You changed 9. Walk us through it a little bit.
So hole 9 in the past had always been something where you weren't going to get as far as you'd like off the tee. It played over to the left by the road. Players started to throw in the road a little bit too much. The disc started to outgrow the hole. It switched into a hybrid par 4, par 3, where eagles were abound and birdies were almost guaranteed. With that, it became a little routine, a little boring. And so this year we changed it back to the concept of let's create 2 fairway shots where players aren't going to be able to get as far as they want to off the tee, and they're going to have to throw 2 great shots to get a birdie. The par route is there. There's a super safe route. In the players' minds, they're going to have to decide, I can get a guaranteed par, but I really feel like I can get a birdie. And kind of that mental stress is what makes the hole so diabolical. It's not designed to be punitive. It's not designed to be tough, other than you need to commit to your shots and know your game going into it.
And I do not believe that we have seen any eagles so far this weekend on hole 9. So far, mission accomplished. A lot of players are laying up to the second island that you can see on the graphic right there. And it seems like that sweet spot where you want that Annie to land. If you're a right-handed backhanded thrower, just a little turnover, you pinched that green down. Was that just kind of going by the numbers? Was that coming out here and throwing a bunch of shots to see where they would land? What was the formula there?
There's always, you throw the shots. Obviously, we don't throw quite like these guys, but you can get a pretty good idea of what they can do, add 50, 100 feet to what you're doing. The idea really was let's restrict how far you can get off the tee. I think a lot of courses they play throughout the year, there is the chance to throw far without any real consequence. And taking that away makes players uncomfortable, makes them have to reevaluate their game plans. And so by taking that away, they're really having to make a tough decision.
And consequences abound on this course in general at this tournament. And we'll watch Nate Sexton here. Looks like he will be the first to tee and test out this theory that we put down. And Sexton attacking it with the forehand there. Getting a few claps from the gallery. This hole is playing as the 3rd hardest so far. Harold, I want to ask you first, did you expect this?
I didn't know really what to expect. It was completely Andrew's choice and Andrew's design, and I knew it would incorporate a lot of the things that we've talked about over years and years and years. But I didn't quite envision what I think is the real masterpiece that he came up with.
The 3rd hardest hole, we see James Conrad, full layout and a commitment.
That's a perfect shot.
Just as you designed it, huh?
Yep, he did exactly. Bit off as much as he could chew without doing anything reckless. That's perfect.
And this is 685-foot par 4, playing about 2/3 of a stroke over par. Ulibarri attacking with a forehand, and he looks to be playing pretty safe there.
That's the conservative route, and that's the decision he makes. Now, it's not so easy where he's going to have to really play 2 more great shots to get that par.
And Paul McBeth, after taking his 2nd bogey of the round, only his 3rd bogey on the entire weekend, still with a comfortable lead, but his lead has shrunk to 7, and only 8 over Kevin Jones, who now is solo 3rd place after a turkey on 9, 10, and 11. Looks to be one of his destroyers with his signature on it. bending that forehand around that tree, he earned that a little bit. That's a very technical line that he just threw.
Absolutely. I mean, he has played this hole beautifully. He's really showing what can be done when you are throwing good shots. I mean, Winthrop is designed to, if you're throwing well, you're going to score really well. And if you're off your game a little bit, it will show up in the strokes.
Accuracy definitely comes at a premium. Andrew, I want to ask you, what tips did your dad give you in course design, and what was his guidance kind of over the years that led you to what you're doing right now?
Trips for me when I was young, a lot of the times were going on course design trips. He and I would go up to Ashe County Park, which is in Jefferson, North Carolina, and one of the earliest tips I remember was trying to see what he was seeing and not quite understanding. And he said, look up, look up above, the foliage underneath and get up into the trees. And when you did that, you could see just clear fairways where the larger trees were defining exactly what you were trying to do.
And not a whole lot of trees to look up through on this course, but between the handful that are out there and the out-of-bounds ropes, it makes good advantage of it. Hillberry going with a forehand as well. And he's playing ultra conservative. Looks like he's, again, only going to that second island. He's probably going to be content with a par here.
I think so. I think that's the right play for him in his mind. He made that decision. I don't want to get bit on this hole, and hopefully it works out for him.
And Harold, I want to ask, he's a pretty good student of the game so far. He's got a hole, the first debut hole in his design. It's playing over par for the best in the world so far. When you break down this hole, give me your thoughts on it a little bit.
Well, the hole has the accuracy component that's been part of all the holes since the beginning of the Winthrop Gold Course. And as Andrew alluded to, it really emphasizes commitment. One Paul played an aggressive strategy beautifully, and the other Paul is playing his conservative strategy beautifully. And if they both stay committed to their strategies, they'll likely end up with the scores they were both planning on going in. Now, if something changes or they rethink their throws in the middle of their backswings, that's when the big numbers can come along. And the idea as a father to a son, I think that speaks to fathers and sons across time of handing the baton across. And number 9 makes me feel like the baton has been handed very successfully.
It's always been a very iconic hole on this course. Of course, it sports the Winthrop Gold Band, an homage to the university that has hosted this tournament for the last 20 years. One of which those years we're looking at the champion of, the 2015 edition, Paul McBeth, his second shot. And you can't do it too much better than that.
3 for 3.
He's inside those bullseye whiskers right there, and James Conrad really needs this shot right here. You do not want to let that lead get back to 8 strokes, as they will now be halfway through the round upon the conclusion of this hole. And I want to ask you guys in just a moment, when we see James's shot here, I'll come to both of you for this question. How important is it to consider in context the holes prior and the holes after when you're designing a par 4? But first, let's see James Conrad with his signature JC AVR. Needs to match Paul McBeth and get a birdie. Going to leave a little bit of a tester. Flags pushing in the tailwind direction. Full commitment to that putt on deck. Harold, let me come to you first. When you're designing these courses and you have a long experience and a vast experience generally doing this, how important is it to take into context before and after?
You want to say that you want to be in the moment, and you want to be in the moment in everything that you do in your life. And that is so easy to say, and so difficult to do in all kinds of situations. In the Gold Course, it's extra hard to do that. You sometimes look back at a few of the ones that you've already left on the course early on, and that changes your game plan. It's what I call dynamic strategy. You have a strategy going in, and depending on how you do, you either stick to that strategy or things start changing. And when you start pushing against the course and pushing too hard, the course usually pushes back, and that is often caused by not only what's been behind you, but everyone gets to look forward to 17 and 18. So it's really, really a tribute to these guys and gals out here, amazing athletes, all of them, that they're able to stay in the moment as well as they can.
And Andrew, I want to ask you the same thing. You know, when you were designing this hole right here, did you take into account hole 8 and how it's typically been played the last few years? Hole 10 is a very good chance to eagle a lot of the time. Was that in your mind at all?
There was a bit of consideration into that. Mainly it came from just hole 9 playing relatively routine. I mean, it felt like something players were going to take a birdie and a few were going to try for eagle and everyone was going to walk away. And knowing that the front plays a little easier than the back for sure, and knowing that 8 is a tough hole and then 10 is an easy hole, kind of having back-to-back eagle opportunities felt a little out of place and a little weird. But I would say every time you're looking for the best disc golf hole, no matter what the scoring is, or the goal isn't necessarily to make a hole that is scoring over par or scoring under par. I think it's just to find the best hole that the players love the most.
And as you can see, all 4 players taking different routes to get there. James Conrad cashes what is not a routine putt, but a quality tailwind birdie attempt. Nate Sexton, 93% on the weekend so far. Handful of flips, putt on the way. And he seems to have corrected a little bit of his putting woes so far. And like you said, an eagleable hole number 10 on the way. Paul Ulibarri playing very, very conservative, but trying to stay in contention for that lead card come the final round. This is one that just got to concentrate here, put it in the chains. Easily done from the man from Show Low, Arizona. And then going further west to Huntington Beach. Tap it in. Dip your toes in the water like you're on the beach back home. So let me ask you guys this. We have seen 12 down and 13 down by Paul McBeth on this layout. On similar layouts, we've seen Josh Anton. We've also seen Paul McBeth. We've seen Eagle McMahon shoot better than half of the holes under par. What are some of the next things that you can do to challenge these players? I'll go to you first.
I think one of the things disc golf is really missing is some more creativity on the greens. I mean, I've actually heard one of your podcasts on UltiWorld about shrinking the baskets, and I think that very well could be a solution going forward. I think another thing we can do, though, that golf has a little more of is every green's different and every putt's different. The mozzarella sticks, or the 5 pillars of justice, were definitely loud and in people's face. But man, when people get behind those, the crowd gets more interested and they start looking, and players are starting to straddle and try and find their way. And when they hit that putt, they feel good about it. And when they miss it, they're very annoying pillars that the designers evilly put in the way. And I think that's okay, because it's something that the players are going to practice more going forward. They're going to be ready for straddling. They're going to be ready to throw an Anheuser putt when they're not used to that. And for spectators, 2's green has become much more exciting.
And how about for you, Harold? Do you have any words of wisdom as you, like you said, ceremonially pass the torch to your son? How do you keep challenging these guys and girls?
Well, we got a 1,000 horsepower wind machine coming for next year.
Oh, here we go. Now you're setting the internet on fire right now.
But absent that, I think it's great to have the best players in the world performing spectacularly, getting spectacular scores. That means Andrew did his job this year.
Proud Papa?
Absolutely.
And how do you feel going forward? You ready? You got some tricks up your sleeve for next year already?
There's a few things we're thinking about, so we're excited.
No doubt. I can't wait to see them. Harold and Andrew Duvall, the course designers of the Winthrop Gold layout that we are seeing Paul McBeth take a torch to right now. Want to thank both of you gentlemen for joining me, and please don't be a stranger. Come back anytime.
Appreciate it, Jamie.
All right. Thank you guys so much. And we are just about halfway through the round here. Let's take a look at our leaderboard in just a minute. Nope, they're ready on hole 10, so we'll go right to them. Nate Sexton, birdie on 9. Looks like he's playing safe on 10 here. Oh, just a little bit of a drop from our roving cams there, and we're back up. Apologize for that technical difficulty. Waiting for that 5G performance, and we can see the catch cam and the throw pink basket. Let's take a moment here as Avery joins me back in the studio until we can rejoin our leaders. October, 10th month of the year, 10th hole on the course, the Throw Pink initiative, so important to help grow the women's side of the game and to support women and the breast cancer initiatives that always happen in October.
It's a great charity to be a part of, obviously, with everything going on in disc golf. Getting the women involved, very important to me for obvious reasons, with my family, with my mother and my sister being so into supporting and pushing for women's disc golf in so many ways, but supporting that here at the biggest tournament. It's amazing. I'm so glad that so many other people have taken part in this, and I'm glad it's on display here at the Winthrop Gold Course.
Once again, another very important initiative and something that just goes on beyond the ropes. Like we named the series that we shot last year. The impetus is to tell the story. There is so much more that goes on out here at the USDGC than just what happens on the course. And as you can see a shot flying in there. That looks like it's gonna be about a 55 footer maybe, and gonna look for eagle.
That's an amazing shot. You can play aggressive on this hole. You can really go for it. It's about 475 feet to clear the entire OB area from tee pad to the green to give you a look at eagle.
All right, and as Paul Ulibarri is going to be next on the tee. We invite you guys to follow along with the UDisc live scoring real quick. We're just going to reset our roving cameras to bring you the best signal possible. We're going to stand down for just a moment. We'll be right back with more lead card action. This is hole 17 live at the 2018 USDGC. Welcome back to hole 17. Red flag on the graphic, red flag on the technical difficulties. Again, we apologize for that. I want to thank Fulcrum Media for all their hard work, their diligent efforts to get the stream back up and running. As we see some of the shots coming into the green there.
Seeing some aggressive lines. Seeing aggressive lines. Actually, a near ace right there. Trying to make out who's on this card right now on 17. Thrown to the middle placement, the B position.
And there's a right-handed turnover shot to the safe side of the green. Needs to slow. Looks like he'll get the green flag.
How great was that interview? That was just great to hear the inside scoop, not only from Harold being the original course designer of the Winthrop Gold Course, but passing the torch on to his son, out here designing holes to challenge the best players in the world. A lot of thought goes into that. Being a course designer myself, it's great to hear the insight of what the thought is designing holes like hole 9 or holes like 17, and you're trying to get distance and accuracy being a component. This hole in particular, 255 feet, fairly short hole. Here we go with Russell on the tee.
Alex Russell, this looks like it's your 12 p.m. card, and I believe the red turnover shot you saw there was 3-time U.S. champion Will Schustrick. And it's a really great point you make, Avery. I am the least experienced course designer out of the four of us, between us two and the Duvals, but I will say that a lot of people may look at USDGC, and let's just address this straight on for a moment. A lot of people may look at USDGC and say, I don't like those poles by 2. I don't like what they're doing to 9. But the reality is you have to challenge these players. As you can see, one of the best, Nate Sexton here. We'll come back to that thought in just a moment. Took the safe play off the tee. This is going to be his second shot. Looking at the green with the forehand.
An incredibly smart play on this hole. Like I said, 475 feet from tee to basket to clear the entire OB area to get a look at the green for a possible eagle. Sexton opting to lay up short and then pitching up a little sidearm and still scoring a birdie. These are holes you don't want to mess with too much. You can attack on this hole if you are a longer thrower, a distance thrower, but Sexton's playing within his game. He knows how to play these holes, knows how to keep it in bounds, in the fairway, between the ropes, and he's going to get up and down for an easy birdie on hole number 10.
Well, it's so important, what we talked about earlier, just sticking to your game plan. You know Paul McBeth's going to go, despite his lead, he would be 10 strokes up or 10 strokes back, doesn't matter. He's going to pump that hyzer over the out of bounds and try to get the eagle. But you have to stick to your game plan. The course is hard enough that you can't let somebody else's hot play take you out of your own mindset.
And at this point, Sexton being 3 back a second, trying to claim his spot and keep in contention. McBeth's got him by 10, but they're going to keep on putting the pressure on McBeth and see if he falters down the stretch, only halfway through the third round.
And it looks like that shot we did see from the catch cam was Paul McBeth's. This will be an eagle look from, man, just about edge of circle 2.
Why does he look like he's going for this putt?
Because he definitely is. It could be disaster. He needs to at least draw medal here.
And medal he did, a little high off the band, high chains and out left. Wow, just to even put that in perspective, that range, 65 feet, and still running the eagle as bad as he wants, and he's not letting up.
Yeah, and disappointed that he didn't make the eagle putt. Only Paul McBeth can get away with that. Here's Nate Sexton inside of circle 1. Looks to be about 7 meters for this attempt. Quality putt right there.
I love how you're keeping the distances within feet and meters for everybody watching and spectating this event, and all the international players throughout the world. A little shout out to Europe and all the European friends out here watching the USDGC live here. Third round lead card, and James Conrad making it look easy.
Yeah, we know all the Finnish people watching this. Finland, such a great disc golf culture out there. What, 1:30 Eastern time is about 8:30 or so in Finnish time. So
a shout out to all of Scandinavia in general, all my Swedish friends, Norwegian friends,
that's true.
Everybody in Europe watching disc golf at the highest level.
Letting your kids stay up late for this one so they can catch all the action of their favorite pros as we take a look at the leaderboard. Paul McBeth 4 down through 10. James Conrad's got him bested by 1. How about Kevin Jones? Welcome to the 20 under par club. He's only 2 back of second place.
He's charging with confidence. There's no hole out here that he can't birdie. Everything's within his range, and like I said, he's playing very confident. He is hungry and wants this more than anybody, but he's going to have to challenge a few other players for this title.
Nathan Queen, welcome back to the top 10 as well. I believe that Jomez chase card coverage showed him on the first day. I have to go back and watch that. I'll admit I haven't had time yet, but I'm very interested to learn more about his game. He has just been hanging around with a bunch of, honestly, better known names. But good on him. He's 3 down through 12 so far, 14 for the tournament. And welcome back in. If you're just joining us after our technical reset, we apologize and thank you for coming back and sticking with us. This is Hole 17 Live. You are watching on Innovatis YouTube and Facebook channels. Jamie Thomas, Avery Jenkins, here with you all afternoon. We're so happy you could be here. Just a quick note while we're talking about technical. If you are on Facebook, due to the limitations, you can only have a 4-hour stream total. And so we're on about 2 hours right now. But if you want to watch on Facebook, you will have to click a second link. That's not anything we can control. That's just how they do it. If you want a full uninterrupted stream, hop on over to YouTube. There's a live chat going on there. You can give some thoughts, give some feedback, and join our growing numbers. Last I checked, we had about 3,500 people combined watching. Welcome in. We thank you so much. And man, it just feels so good to be back in Rock Hill.
It's major championship action at one of the toughest courses in the world. We're only halfway through this round, and they're entering the meat of the course. This is the section where it's going to get challenged and give the most difficulty to these players. These ropes only get tighter from here on out. Hole number 11 being one of those. And it is a stroke and distance component on this hole, which really adds another dimension of challenge facing these players, trying to score on a very difficult par 4.
This is one that the Duvals have played with over the years. The rope structure, the rule structure has changed quite a bit on hole 11. And this is where we saw Josh Anton start to slip yesterday, taking 7 and then a 7 on 12 and knocked him off the lead card. Nate Sexton took his place, currently 19 down, nearly 90% fairway hits. Let's see if he can add to that right here. Going with a roller here, Avery. This is an aggressive play.
And I like this play. He's one of the best roller throwers in the world. Very hidden distance. Not huge off the tee on the air shots, but man, he can lay down some 600-foot rollers. I've seen it in person out at the Vegas course. Memorial, he's throwing some monster rollers. He just knows how to read that angle, watch it bleed up and peel, and get back to the center cut of the fairway.
Over 700 feet, 224 meters on this par 4, so not super close. Here's Conrad with the air shot.
A little different approach to this hole for Conrad. Using that purple JC Pro AVR, leaving it low left side, but keeping it in bounds, going to attack on the second shot.
Yeah, to finish that thought, the roller will take the OB out of play, but it doesn't necessarily make the eagle any easier. As you can see, James Conrad took the opposite play, just going to attack on the second shot, but that will challenge his forehand. Let's see what Macbeth does. He could do any number of shots right here. He does not like it.
It's sloping, it's skipping, it's finishing left side, and that is going to be out of bounds. Just crossing over the red rope. I don't know if you guys saw yesterday, he pulled that shot up a little high, trailing off to the right, and actually tagged that big tree over the bushes, out of position entirely, and still got up and down with the forehand to the birdie.
It's great to have that forehand in your pocket when you need it. Here's Paul Ulibarri, 4th.
That's a clean line, especially after watching what Macbeth did. Just keeping it a little low, keeping it straight. Center cut fairway up on that ridge line there to the right side is going to have a good angle and approach for the second shot to the green.
A true par 4 test where you need to have both the backhand and the forehand shot, unless you go for the third option and take the roller, taking that OB out of play. Let's check our UDIS stats comparison for the lead card with these excellent players in position. Paul Ulibarri still with the scramble game. He's been strong on that all weekend, just sticking to his game plan, playing well. He's made half of his circle 2 putts. How about James Conrad ranging them 70% from outside of 10 meters?
We saw him displaying the long-range putts yesterday for some big putts on hole 4 and a couple other big putts this round. Everything's within range of this guy. We know Macbeth for being a long-range putter, but it's great to see Conrad really using that extension, his body type, and that long release with good velocity and good accuracy.
Comrade Conrad in second place still. Paul Macbeth with the lead. And how about somebody else you're very familiar with as I look at the UDIS stats? Seppo Payu is currently coming up to the hole 17. He should be with us shortly, and he is bogey-free on the day.
So the second shot, one of the most difficult on the course. A hill sloping high right to low left to an OB line. The basket particularly was just kind of patisserie on the side of the hill, making it tough to access, really tough to hit, especially with a backhand line, and you have to execute this shot with precision. Anything tailing off left side there can bring that OB into play. Not trying to bite off too much on there. Look, we went putter, putter on these first 2 shots, not trying to force too much, and I think by trying to play this hole as par, it's going to keep him in the running and trying to chase down McBeth for the lead.
Yes, folks, you heard that right. A 734-foot hole, and Conrad went putter, putter. And I can bet he's going to use a putter again and try to get that birdie knocked down. Again, we're watching the lead card on hole 11. Superfans may remember just a few years back, this was the instance of Chairgate. You were talking about Paul McBeth going a little long. OB, he cracked that tree to the right yesterday, and he just hasn't really figured out this tee shot quite yet. He's going to go to the drop zone after Paul Ulibarri throws his second shot.
And the forward roll. This is the hole I was looking forward to watching Ulibarri play, with great execution on the backhand tee shot and then a forehand approach on this slope side green is the perfect play. Just with the slope and the angle, you're really trying to catch that sidearm hyzer to skip and then eventually settle close to the basket, which he did with precision.
Yeah, these players are so accurate and so technical that they put just enough wrist on it to make it roll, to make it anti-skip. It's all within their grasp.
So after a first tee shot OB, Paul McBeth can still save par from this position drop zone. A little strong, a little hot on that forehand shot, but still in bounds and still backside green, and still gives him a chance to save par on hole number 11.
As weird as this is to say, sitting where he is, staring at nearly a 50-footer into a headwind on a sloped green, it's a bogey putt, but it's a statement putt. Because this is the slip-up that all of these other players have been looking for. We watched Ulibarri play safe on hole number 9. This is what you're waiting for. You're waiting for that window to crack open. And Nate Sexton knows this all too well. This is exactly how he loves to play disc golf.
Yeah, this middle section of the course is definitely going to open up some opportunities, whether you're leading or trailing. And for those players trailing, looking for that door to open up, which it possibly has. Sexton, pinpoint.
Great job using the roll. Getting a little horn love from the cars going by in good old Rock Hill.
Yeah, it's great to see the local love, the players coming out in droves right now. Good spectator gallery on third round moving day, and I expect to see bigger numbers and larger crowds on Championship Saturday. So putter, putter, and then probably another putter from here.
Definitely.
A little throw-in attempt for Conrad.
And I talked to him after the first round, and he mentioned this hole very specifically. He said this is not one that he really goes for very much. As you could see, that second putter shot was well short of really giving him an honest attempt at a birdie. This is one he just likes to take his par and go on to the next shot.
And you're playing within your game. Conrad knows where his strengths and weaknesses are on this course, and playing multiple practice rounds, you'll learn where you're going to take the big numbers or where you're going to score. It's a risk-reward kind of situation, and knowing that he might not play this hole that well, or he may have taken some bigger numbers in practice rounds, saying I'm just going to lay up putter, 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 and tap in a par, no stress, move on to the next hole.
Putter, putter, butter, putter, looking at a par for Conrad, and he's still going to gain at least one stroke on Paul McBeth.
Here's a chance for Paul McBeth to save par. Not too much wind, slight hillside. Well, I can see in his mannerisms right when he let go of that putt. Not too much wind or other factors. Maybe a lot going through his mind right now. Current leader by 7 strokes. Gonna cough up at least one to Conrad and the rest of the card. It's tough to go, man. This is the middle section. This is where the holes start getting difficult, start getting tough, and it was all set up by that errant tee shot going out of bounds.
Yeah, 2 circle 2 putts in a row that haven't quite gone the way that McBeth wanted. He's still going to be out. And there's a quality putt there.
Carding his 3rd bogey of the round and 4th of the tournament. Paul McBeth, hole number 11, struggles.
Making the safe play look like the good play here. Paul Ulibarri putting for birdie. Woo!
Corner pocket.
Corner pocket, or as our old friend Billy Crump used to say, ain't no pictures on the scorecard.
I like that. I like that. A little tribute to Billy Crump, one of the earlier commentators here at the USDGC. And it's just great to carry on traditions and see all these different players and commentators throughout the years. And I'm very fortunate to be here in the studio with you, Jamie. And just great to carry on the legacy of this amazing event. And so happy to bring it to you guys live.
Yeah, tip of the cap to all the people that came before us. Crazy John Brooks, Dave Greenwell, all of the guys that we stand on their shoulders, and we appreciate the opportunity to give it a go. Here's a quick look at our leaderboard for a moment here. And we're going to stand down for just a minute while we bring in a very special guest to help call a little golf for a little bit. Meanwhile, let's talk to Madison Walker and get some pro tips.
Hey everybody, my name is Madison Walker and I'm here today to give you guys a putting pro tip. I know a lot of us have a hard time maybe missing short putts, miss a 15-footer, follow it up, miss a 10-footer. It's hard to bounce back mentally from that. So when I had this problem last year, I went out to a practice basket and with a stack of 10 putters and threw 50 putts in a row. If I miss one, I have to start all over again. 50 putts from 5 feet, 50 putts from 10 feet, and 50 putts from 15 feet. One session of that cured me because watching the disc go into the basket repeatedly, watching it land safely 50 times in a row, times 3, gives you that mental calm and gives you that experience of seeing it happen over and over again that makes you not worry about it and makes you not get so tense and rigid and use so much brain power to put that disc in the basket when you're close. 3 things that will improve in your game if you work on your short putting instead of going out there and trying to hit long putts over and over again. In my opinion, first of all, you'll shave strokes. I mean, how many short putts do we have per round? A lot. Secondly, you will have less mental fatigue if you're not missing your short putts. If you can just walk up to a 15-footer, bang it, move on, you can worry about your next drive, or you can worry about that 40-foot straddle putt around a tree. Third, all of a sudden, I just start banging long putts from all over the place without having to try, without practicing them. All of a sudden, my 40-footers are going in. All of a sudden, my circle 1 percentage at the end of the round is 100%, and no worries, no problems. So I say stick inside of the circle before rounds and when you're doing your practice putting.
Just about 8 more cards to come through on hole 17. You are watching hole 17 live on InnovaDisc Facebook or YouTube channels. Welcome back in. We have a very special guest with us right now, Mr. Zach Deputy.
What's up,
one
y'all?
of the most talented musicians and disc golf fans that I know. How's it going
Thanks.
today?
It's been a good day, man. It's beautiful out here, enjoying the sunshine and the golf. So.
I know you're a big fan of the USDGC. When was the
yeah.
first time you came out here?
I want to say, I think it was 8 years ago, because I believe my daughter was 2, and that's how I gauge things. So I think 8 years was my first year being out here and actually getting to see it myself.
So being a musician, traveling, touring around, you find time to play disc golf along that way.
Oh, yeah. Well, I probably get to play a lot more courses than most people do, even more than some of the pros, I would imagine, because when I'm feeling healthy and good, I can play 6 courses in a week.
There you go.
You know, and usually they're parking it for the weekend and they're playing a place over and over and over again. I get to go play a bunch of different places. So
not to access it too much, but where's your favorite region? Where's your favorite part of the country to play disc golf for you personally?
Well, I like Florida when I'm touring, but it's all flat, so it's not really for the course's sake, but just there's so many courses, and there's all short drives to the gig, so I always get to play every day when I'm playing and touring through Florida. But I like all the big courses, like, you know, I love Maple Hill, I love this place, I love De La. All the courses that look the coolest tend to be the coolest.
Yeah, you like a challenge.
Yeah.
You like a challenge, absolutely. Awesome.
I like getting beat up.
Keeps you coming back for more, right?
Yeah, totally.
Okay.
Oh, no doubt. You ever played out here? Do you
have.
want to share your score?
Well, I kept score. I was doing good till the 999. I was only +1, which was actually really good for me. And then I fell apart, and I shot I shot a 13 on hole on the 999, and then
Never
I
heard
quit.
of such a thing.
I quit taking score after that.
It can be tough coming down that back stretch. Hole
I
13,
blew it.
so demoralizing.
Yeah, it hurt me. It hurt me, and I was like, I'm just playing for fun.
Yeah, sure,
Yeah.
sure. So you're on tour full time as a musician.
Yeah.
How many gigs are you playing? Like, how many nights are you playing throughout a year?
I take it easy now, and I do about 150 shows a year now.
Okay, cut back a little bit.
Yeah, I used to do like 300 a year.
Wow.
I was one of the most touring musicians forever, and then I decided to, breathe a little bit. It's nice.
He's like the Paul Ulibarri of touring musicians. I think Ulibarri plays about as many tournaments as there are weeks in the year, and you're upping him and going days.
Yeah,
Day in and day out.
It's fun. I mean, rest is good, but I'd rather be playing. It's just all the stuff leading up, the travel, the setting up, and that's the stuff I don't like. If everything was taken care of and all I had to do was wake up and play, I'd play every day.
Love it. I love the drive. I love the passion. How would you describe your genre of music? I know I've read it on Instagram, read it on Facebook a few times, but what is the breakdown? It was a really catchy kind of different,
I think the cliche
name.
thing was island infused gospel ninja soul is the cliche thing. I kind of call it like a funky island jam. It's like island music mixed with funk music mixed with some Latin flair and a product of the 90s. And here I go.
It's beautiful. I love to listen to your music. We've had you out for various players' parties at USDGC throughout the years, and I totally enjoy listening to your music. It gets everybody up. It puts everybody in a great mood.
That's it.
And it gets everybody moving. It's awesome to listen to. If you guys haven't checked it out, check out Zach Deputy on Spotify, on Pandora. Multiple downloads out there, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah, I'm
But
everywhere.
man, yeah, check it out. Go to one of the live shows. I've been trying to check you out on tour at one of the venues or one of your gigs throughout the entire year. Just haven't crossed paths yet, but good to see you and
You're
glad to
a
have you
busy
with
man.
us. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, today you can catch me over there.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah, this guy's on vacation right now, and he comes out to Rock Hill and just says, you know what, let's play some shows for the disc golfers out there.
Yeah.
Man.
I'm a sharer. I like to share. I want to give.
Good man.
Yeah. So I remember I saw you were out in NorCal recently. It was the day that the Warriors won their World Series. Shout out to my NorCal family. I know they're really happy when you mention the Warriors.
Yeah.
And, and you
sure.
just got to follow that act. No big deal.
Not to hop on a bandwagon, but I love that team. I love watching that team too. So it was cool for me to see them win, even though it was an easy victory.
Ooh. Uh-oh.
Dang. That's against
Ohio boy. Here we go.
Jeez.
All right. Well, break it down for us a little bit, man. You've been walking around out here. You've been catching some of the action. What from your perspective, has been the most exciting thing to watch?
Well, I've always been a big fan of Paul. Like I got into spectating it like a freak nonstop when Paul was just, demoralizing the field over and over again. That year that he won his Grand Slam, like I watched every second of everything. So I'm a big Paul fan. But I mean, I love so many guys on the card, and I like to see them all and all their ups and downs. But always following Simon.
I was going to say, who's your favorite player? You said it the other day. Your favorite player in disc golf.
Yeah.
If you could pick one.
Paul Macbeth, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I like Paul's mentality and his focus and his drive and his work ethic, and I think like you can apply like his mentality to disc golf to anything and be successful. But I like so many other players for so many different reasons. It wouldn't be as cool without all of them.
Who's your favorite musician that's a disc golfer?
Oh. Well, Simon's a musician,
There we
Philo
go.
and Barsby.
Yeah.
I got this. I filmed Barsby singing karaoke one night for a whole song, and it's pretty entertaining to watch the aftermath and the people that are in the bar there as well. It was kind of a funny night.
Awesome.
But
That's awesome.
yeah, those are the three guys that I just really like. They're also musicians, and they also crush it.
I think if you could put together like a little jam with some of the top disc golfers in the world, the internet's collective head would explode.
Yeah, we need a bass player. I would have to play bass because Simon plays guitar, and we'd have two drummers with Philo and Barsby. But we need that disc golf bass player and a piano player. So where are they at? We're scouting out for you guys.
There we go. I hear a rumor. I'm going to put this out there publicly, like just put it out there and see if it comes back to us.
Yeah.
Michael Fouché, one of the guys from Jomez. I hear he is a great guitarist as well.
Oh, wow.
And hey, you know what? I'll put it out there, man. Just play bass in a band a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
You
can get
we
it.
need to jam. We'll do it. I played it.
We tried it for the first time this year, the Disc Golf All-Star Jam. So hopefully we can build that up and make that grow. It'd be really cool to get all the people who play one weekday while they're here to get out and just all let loose and forget about disc golf for about 20 minutes. I know they can't go too long without that dreaming of hole 17, but
it's so important just to have something, just an outlet to relax, especially in such a pressure-filled week like this.
Yes, yeah. Get your mind off of it for a second, especially as a player, you know.
Definitely. We're going to stand down for just a minute. We're waiting for our lead card to pick the action back up. We'll be right back. Just a minute. It's hole 17 live. Welcome back to Hole 17 Live. You're currently looking at one of our roving cams out on Hole 12. A very tough par 4, just weighing in at just over 900 feet, Avery, and I do believe that is Nate Sexton just inside the bullseye there. He will be putting for par according to our UDisc stats. Avery, Hole 12, what is the key here as we watch James Conrad line up his approach?
This measures up as the 8th most difficult hole on this course. It's changed from a par 4 to a par 5 over the years. Currently it's playing as a par 4, a very difficult one at that. You get to open up on the tee shot, but the second shot really difficult coming into this protected kind of sloping green as we see James Conrad. Quick decision layup on this hole. This is where we saw Macbeth take his first bogey and OB strokes yesterday's round, and also where Josh Anthon stumbled a little bit, slipping, taking his back-to-back triple bogeys.
And absolutely 14 strokes in 2 holes for Josh yesterday. And how about Paul Ulibarri right now? This is a birdie putt from just outside circle 1. Great step putt there.
Yeah, I love his putt. It's so different. He does that little anti-flex line.
Yeah, keeps it nice and tight to the body, extends with the step. Our leader, Paul Macbeth, birdie putt. All right, what do you think, Zach? In or out?
Oh, well, you know, he's in the circle, so I hate to say it's a gimme, but it's Paul. You'd be very, very surprised to see him miss this.
Currently 96% inside circle 1 putting for the week.
No problem. All right, going on to, he'll walk onto the hole that you were saying you stopped keeping score after hole 13 there.
Yeah, man. That one is, you know, I believe when I shot it, it was actually the 888. Before it was the 999. And I threw the most pretty shot that I hit. I hit a tree that I completely didn't think I was going to hit. I had already, like, fist pumped and thought I hit the perfect line back when it was on the road, and then it hit the tree like right before it came back in the green, and it was OB, and then I went OB, one Kenobi after that.
No. Premature fist pump.
Yeah,
you'll learn from that. You'll learn from that. Hole number 13 laying out in the B position today, and then we'll move back to the 999A position for tomorrow's final round. Very difficult hole. All in all, this first tee shot, trying to play it inbounds and progressively down the field. There's so much that can happen on this hole. This hole has changed a lot over the years. I remember back when it was 888, you're talking about hole 13. This was the one hole, the make or break kind of hole. And this hole holds true to my heart for the fact my first USDGC round in 2000, I scored my highest score ever in disc golf. Hopefully never get any higher than that on a scorecard, but I took a triple circle 10 on this hole.
Ooh.
Got the double digits, but it was much harder. I thought it was a much harder play because that first tee shot, you played against the OB, parking lot so much more. This first tee shot, you get to open up, probably for the 4th or 5th time during this, And as Harold said, having long accuracy and distance components on these holes are trying to make it a difficult, challenging go, especially on this hole.
It's a must. It's a must, and it's so much about placement after that first shot.
Yep.
You know, and if you just miss that line a little bit, and then you get a little too hungry and you try to bite off more than you can, then disaster.
You'll pay dearly.
Yeah.
All right, what's your play here? You're standing on this hole, 11-18 to the B pin. What do you like off the tee?
Well, I'm probably going to throw my turn because I'm probably going to try to get a, throw a hyzer and get it to flip up, and that's probably the thing I can crush the farthest with that line. And I just got a dependable straight line when I throw that thing on a hyzer. And that's what I'd go for. I'd try to bite off enough where I could dream to throw that second shot to where I want. But it's probably going to be, for me, 2 shots before I'm pushing it over the parking lot.
Oh, yeah. There's some footage somewhere in the can of me trying to go over that corner about 4 times and not getting it. I don't know that we're actually going to show that because I got to hold on to what little bit of pride I have left and just do the job from the booth. But no doubt, it's a soul-crushing hole.
I think it looks easier when you're watching from home than once you get there and you see the daunting task in front of you. You're like, oh, it's not that easy.
And just the force field on that curb, it seems that no matter how many times you try to go over the corner of that parking lot, it just hits the curb and cuts back to it. It will never hop over it.
I was going to say, is this the first year that they're not going behind the trees?
So this is a position long on the island, in the B position here, and you have to stay left side and play along the sidewalk the entire way.
Okay, I see it.
Here we are, Paul Urabari on the tee pad, hole number 13.
Little backhand smooth hyzer. He doesn't like it.
Yeah, the way he turned, a little mannerisms there. A lot more angle than he wanted, but no push in that. Easily inbounds and not trying to force too much, but maybe out of position for that second shot.
All right, Paul Macbeth. We're betting destroyer here.
Oh, yeah.
A little bit of a right to left wind. That should help allow you to challenge that right side OB. Remember, the path is safe this year. That's one change from the last couple years. Landing on the path is okay.
What you're trying to do as a player, you're really trying to press it all the way back to where the fairway narrows. A lot of angle, again, kind of commenting on what Urabari did. A lot of hyzer angle on that. Getting the forward flare skip. Should be in an all right position, but not the ideal position. See if Sexton can capitalize on this tee shot.
Again, looks like that right to left wind.
Yeah, it's getting everybody.
Going to push them so they can't take that corner. They don't have to make that tough decision now all of a sudden.
You saw him kind of hesitate, taking his time on this shot. It's a big distance shot, but it's absolutely not a shot you want to rush. And for James Conrad sitting 7 strokes back, this is where you can start making a move. You know, there's a par 5. If you can get up and down for a birdie and see what happens with Macbeth on this difficult second or third shot, he can possibly try to make his move here on the last third of the course.
Definitely more aggressive,
Yeah,
but
way more aggressive.
Far too aggressive.
That's looking good, though. I mean, I like that placement.
It's going to be OB.
Oh, is it OB?
It's going to be
Over
OB,
the path
yeah.
is OB.
See, that's what we were talking about. When it used to be 888, that little strip between that sidewalk is where it was safe, and they flipped it on us now.
Yeah.
Flip the script, change the time, change the key. Here's a stats comparison.
Not a good shot.
Yeah, not quite. But still a lot of golf to play. All right, Mr. Zach Deputy, we're going to let you get out and wander around, get some insights, and thank you so much for coming.
Thank you, guys.
Everybody check out Zach Deputy on Spotify, iTunes, all that good stuff. He's a disc golfer making music, and you want to be a part of it. And if you can get down here to USDGC, you might just see him live.
Get your boogie on.
There you go. Zach, thanks for stopping by,
Yeah,
man.
good to be here with you.
Awesome.
I'll see you out there in a little
Appreciate
bit.
it. Good to see you again.
Yeah,
Thanks
you
for stopping
too,
by.
brother. Much love, y'all.
All right, and we're once again looking at our U-Disc comparison. Avery, what has changed? What stands out to you in this moment?
Paul McBeth still holding it down, a substantial lead over the rest of the field, and showing it on the Circle 1 putting percentage, currently at 96%. That's where this tournament is won or lost. Obviously, staying in bounds a crucial element, but you got to knock down those putts when presented those. And then Circle 2, regulation, also keeping it within the ropes, keeping it in bounds, and getting up and down. Even if he's out of position, still making a move and holding down the lead. Here we are with James Conrad on hole number 13. An errant shot going OB off the tee, and really out of position here, really trying to see what he can force. I don't know how aggressive he's going to go on this third shot here.
Yeah, it's tough right now. That I don't blame him, like we said, for taking that aggressive play. It's a good moment to try to make that move, but now you really have to decide, do you push past that bush that you can see on the far left side of frame, or do you lay up short to the sunlight area and try to cut the corner? You have to be playing for par at best at this point.
And I'm not sure how much this lead card is paying attention to some of the movement from the second or third cards, but seeing a huge jump here. Kevin Jones currently at 8 down through 13 holes, birdieing the last 5 in a row. And yeah, he's going to be approaching 14 here in a sec. So it's crazy to see just the big jumps here in moving day. And I'm not sure if the guys on the lead card are aware of what's happening behind them. But excellent second shot, putting it down the fairway. As you see, it narrows where that path and the woodline come into play. That should give him a look and a line for that fourth shot going over to Island Green.
Yeah, as lanky as James Conrad is, he could probably use to have a couple more feet away from some of the little shrubbery there. But, you know, he could still get across the island. That'll be his fourth shot. And he may have to try to throw it in because McBeth is sitting pretty at the moment.
Huge decision making here, you know, on these tee shots for Ulibarri and McBeth and Sexton. You got to really weigh out the risk and reward on this hole. How much do you go for? What position you go for? What kind of look do you have? Do you have a chance to go across the parking lot to get that island? Or in this case with Ulibarri, you're just going to try to throw it far enough down where the fairway narrows, maybe around that bush backside to give you a straight look at the basket. But a lot goes into the decision making on this course, and especially on this hole, and this is where kind of emotions can kind of get to you. But execution, what you did in practice, what you do through the first 2 rounds, you know what to do as a player at the highest levels. This is the time to show it.
And Paul Ulibarri has been playing a little bit safe here, but he is now matched by Eagle McMahon at 17 down.
Pushing that backside of the fairway, getting the green flag. Excellent shot and control of the angle of the disc. You watched it kind of fly flat and have a little Anheuser tip to it. That's just good practice and good preparation and knowing the flight of your discs.
Yeah, a lot of trust required, a very technical line. As we said, Paul Ulibarri 17 down, as is Eagle McMahon, but both of those gentlemen are on the outside looking in because Kevin Jones is currently tied for second after birdieing the last 6 holes in a row. Nate Sexton, his second shot on the fairway of 13. This is the trouble when you get pinched to the left side of that fairway, Avery. You really have to dial in a pretty tight shot because there still is that OB road. You can't let this forehand fade out too hard.
Absolutely out of position here. He wasn't liking that tee shot as it faded left. Now he's left with this second shot, little step out straddle forehand, just trying to get around the corner and maybe line up a clean third shot. But man, this is a lot of decision making here, trying to get the right angle and the right speed.
Don't know yet.
A lot of fade at the end of that, but there's some room to work behind around that bush.
Ooh,
but not enough room.
Just like we predicted there. Such a tough angle, and he's going to pay for that with a stroke penalty. This pretty much allows Paul to kind of lay up to right about where the spotter is holding the flags, maybe just a little bit further over the path is a good position.
Now, as the question is he going to lay up? He looks like he's lining up a big distance driver through this massive gap. If you can throw the hyzer through there and carry the distance to the island, it'll set up a real easy up and down for a birdie.
Playing aggressive? Of course he is.
He pulled it a little right. And still made the island with that mistake.
How? Please tell me how.
That's what power gets you.
Okay. Well, that's why I'm not as highly rated as he is, because I clearly thought that was a yank into the trees straight to the middle of that parking lot.
And it was. It just didn't get to the parking lot. Hyzering out left side, making the island. Very fortunate break. Even when he's out of position or making a mistake, McBeth continues to escape the mistakes and the penalties on this crazy, challenging, difficult course.
And look, if we've said it once, we've said it 1,000 times. The round is absolutely not over until you tackle 17 and 18. But I'm just starting to get the inkling of the feeling that it's his weekend. It's those kind of little breaks that you need in addition to throwing great shots and making your putts.
Yeah, you need to get lucky and you need to be good and in control of this tournament, whether, you know, how bad he wants to win. It's his tournament to win or lose.
No
Currently
doubt.
with a 7-stroke lead.
No doubt. And as our,
Yeah, it came.
you can hear the card here, discussing a lie for Nate Sexton. A little bit of a crosswind that they'll throw into from the basket's perspective.
Looking back at some of the stats over the past 2 seasons here, 2017 and currently 2018, starting off round 1 and round 2, he is playing worlds better. Started off with 6 strokes and 10 strokes. He's playing 16 strokes better than he was in 2017 and averaging over 55 rating points higher than he was last year at this time. So definitely trying to prove he's one of the best players in the world, if not the best, and trying to get in the discussion about the greatest of all time.
Ooh, foreshadowing. Well,
But
maybe
I'm
have a little bit of that discussion coming up just in a little bit in the broadcast here. In the meantime, while they're discussing Nate Sexton's lie, it would be a great time to very quickly talk about how our audience members can get in to win the box that we bought from the USDGC Pro Shop. It is go over to discgolfunited.com, look for the DG Unicorn link. We're going to ask you guys to do 3 things. We're going to ask you to like Innovadis on Facebook, subscribe to Innovadis on YouTube, and enter your email to be a part of the DGU newsletter. It's not spam. They just send you great deals on some of their products. So, hey, save some money on some discs, and you, one lucky winner, make sure you do it by the end of the round today to win my box, stuff that I handpicked for one lucky person, including some exclusive releases. In the meantime, your 2017 U.S. champ, Nate Sexton.
Line up his 4th shot, forehand. Trying to get the skip and doesn't get it. Real thick grass on that left side of the green. Still left with about 70 feet to the basket. Still go up and down for par though.
He's been playing a little bit of out of position golf today on hole 13. Playing as the 5th hardest hole, and you can see the last 4 holes have been right inside, definitely in the harder half of the course if you sort it by average to par. This is the spot on the course where you get in trouble. Conrad going back to that trusty purple MD4. I would assume that means he's going to go the inside route and try to put it on a little bit of a drifty Annie shot here, Avery.
Yeah, this is the time to make a, to keep pace with McBeth, you need to hit these shots. Currently sitting 7 strokes back. You need to put this on a line and set it on a dime. Coming up short again. You see a little crosswind, a little breeze that may have been a determining factor on that end result of that shot.
And I'm wondering if both of those players thought that the crosswind would push them a little hyzer, so you get that turnover angle and just kind of dives to the ground a little bit quicker than they wanted. Paul Ulibarri flying the fairway a little bit. A beautiful flight on that second shot, but now a very tricky look to try to get in range for a birdie.
Seems a few shots, looking back at Sexton's kind of out of position off to the left side of the fairway. Another out of position shot for Ulibarri. See if he can get a little more technical skill with this up and down. It's all about reading that height, that angle, and that distance. Again, I'm not sure if they're getting the read on this this basket. B position tucked way back there. It's 120 feet farther than the A position, which you'll see tomorrow, and just not getting the distance read on this. All those players landing short, and obviously Paul catching some branches, catching some leaves, and not stopping him from getting to the island. He'll have a really long look at eagle, and we'll see how much of a bid he gives it.
We'll see. Take a look at where he will take his lie from. Now, one year there was actually a pin right there.
Yeah.
Was that 2016?
That was only a few years back where they had the B position on the shorter area, that little peninsula there where a lot of players were playing across the island and throwing back to that pin position. He fortunately found that little strip of land and was safe. Yep. A little chipper up there. That should be a drop-in easy birdie 4. And as he got lucky, flashing that ring.
Such a dagger that he threw. You just can't let that happen. He's going to put the hurting on you. And Paul McBeth looking at birdie, and it's going to be real tough for the rest of the card to match him on this hole.
And now for most players, this is one of those holes in this middle section as we approach the final third of the course. This is one of those holes that it's a relief to get past. As a player, you get past hole 13. Now you get to some more scoreable holes, being 14 on the side hill, 15 being the triple mando dog leg around the corner, and then 16 another scoreable hole. So I think get past this hole, and then you get to open up for a few more birdie chances.
That's Nate Sexton's par. Birdie attempt on the way.
Whoa.
Just off. He's 4 out of 15 from circle 2 or beyond. That may have been just outside circle 2. That was a pretty far look. Here is James Conrad here. Took the OB penalty off of the tee just a little bit ago, trying to be aggressive. This would be a tremendous look from about 68 feet.
Currently 7 for 10, 70% inside circle 2 putting range. So we can knock it down here.
Ooh, and he thought he nailed that one. Good news. I'm pretty sure that was just outside circle 2, so he gets to keep that 70% marker.
There you go.
That would have felt really bad if he had made that, and it doesn't count towards that putting percentage.
It's like a fairway throw-in at that distance.
Yeah, you get a bold number on your UDIS stats from there. There's Paul Ulibarri also having a great tournament from the circle 2 range.
Wasn't feeling it. Just right when he released that putt, he knew it was trailing off left side. Not really happy. I had higher expectations for that putt, but he's going to walk away with a tap-in par.
And you know how that feels, Avery. There's sometimes where the putt just doesn't feel right out of your hand.
And you'll know it, and you'll show it just like there, a little body mannerism such as that. And it's sometimes you're feeling it, sometimes you're not. It's a long round to keep in the focus, and that is the challenge. The ultimate challenge is the mental game out here, aside from the physical ailments of the ropes and the fairways and the distance. Just keeping mentally focused for a 3.5, 4-hour round.
And a reminder to everybody watching as we see the lead card putt out. You see how still those flags are? It is 90 degrees out here right now in South Carolina. And just like you're talking about, the focus and the agony and that anguish. Add the heat to it.
Yeah.
It's not quite Australia heat like we've seen, which is maybe the hottest major we've ever played on tour, but it's a scorcher out here today.
It's quite a few degrees less than Australia summer in a sense, but 90 degrees is warm in the south, but that's why we're here in October. in South Carolina for some of the best weather in the country, competing at the big major event here. 90 degrees. It's going to cool off a little bit for tomorrow, but we've been very blessed with the weather conditions. A lot less wind than I've seen on this course, and especially for this hole behind us. That's usually the breaker, the factor that makes you second guess a lot of your shots, especially on this Island Green 17.
No doubt, and I'm going to go back to my college days. I'm going to get a cookout milkshake later. You know, I went to school just a few hours up the road here. You got to get your cool refreshment when the North Carolina summer hangs around. In the meantime, let's check out some of the action on hole 17. You are watching hole 17 live as we have a card with Garrett Gurthey, Eric Oakley, Carl-Johan Nebo, and Nate Perkins. This is your 1250 tee.
I think I should.
All start in the round 7 under par across the board. Gurthey 7 down through 16 holes, and Eric Oakley 2 down through that same 16.
Double G currently sitting just inside the top 10, but first, Eric Oakley.
Little hot.
Yeah, and he's going to draw the red flag there. Just a little bit low on that trajectory, Avery. That forehand needs to be a little higher in the sky.
He made the good mistake, though. You're not going to leave this shot short. At least give it a chance to grab or stick or get to that bigger side of the island green. He went a little more direct line with that. I'm looking to see a little more hyzer on the second attempt at the island.
Good commitment on the follow-through from the GoPro angle. Uh-oh.
Wow.
Green flag.
Even when it hits the green, it still can get up and roll depending on what angle and speed it's at. So you can't really, you know, count it until you see that disc settle and you see that green flag to ultimately say you're in bounds.
Nate Perkins out of Austin, Texas.
Known for being a really good forehand thrower. And put it on display with good precision. Man, that drops a little lower. You're knocking down our third ace on this hole.
Oh my goodness, how many times? Every time we come back to 17, somebody goes off the basket. This is crazy. Gurthey, forehand, spike. Buzz in the tower once again.
Currently sitting 7 under par through 16. You're not looking to take any chances on this hole. Sure, another birdie would be great to get you 8 down. But in Gurthey's case, you're trying to make a move. You're currently in the top 10, trying to set up for championship Saturday. You're going to play to the fat side of the green, right side. Maybe get a birdie putt. If not, you're going to lay up and take that easy 3.
KJ 12 time.
A veteran play. That's all I like to see.
Safe side of the green. You know Mr. Carl-Johan Nebo quite well. When we say 12 time, we're talking Danish titles. Probably the best disc golfer in the history of the country. Tell everybody a little bit about KJ.
KJ, a perennial veteran in this sport, has been around a long time. Obviously, 12 Danish championships titles, but he plays all the biggest events throughout the world, throughout Europe, and I see him several times throughout the year. Sneaky distance, but a phenomenal athlete, super consistent, doesn't make mistakes, and a deadly putter no matter what distance. So it's great to see KJ performing at the highest levels and still performing after all these years.
And here's that replay. Nate Perkins just a little bit high, getting off the basket right there, just outside the bullseye. Our replay operator just as excited as we are about that shot. Once again, quick shout out to Fulcrum Media. Great job out here this weekend, bringing the angles, the audio, the replay, all that good stuff. You're watching hole 17 live, greenside at hole 17. So we watch Perkins, Gurthey, Nebo, and Eric Oakley. He was up to putt now. And that's a pretty good bid right there. We've been talking about it all day, how dangerous that run is when your tee shot runs out towards the water and you have to putt back. KJ, 50-50 here if he's going to be aggressive.
The veteran play inside me, I'd say he's laying this up. Drop in 3 and move on to the next hole. But playing a lot more aggressive than I thought he would. Looking to make a move, you know, currently 1 over for the round and maybe trying to get back to even.
Miss pro side there, as you saw in the background, Jessica Weiss. caddying and emotional support for Double G. She's had quite a season this year. Phenomenal player in the NPO division.
Down to hear me. Nate hits a pole on 14.
And that is an unfortunate roll away.
Absolutely love the style and the apparel these players are wearing these days. Double G matching up with the pink on the shirt, on the hat. Definitely styling Double G.
KJ here for 3.
Yes,
Great
sir.
putt, and you're so right about that, Avery. There's definitely been kind of our own style that's developed in disc golf. Obviously, it takes a little bit from golf. We take some elements from that. We take a few elements from Ultimate. We take a little bit all over the place, and it's kind of fun to watch. We definitely dress better than we did in the 90s.
Everybody's definitely got their own style. You know, I think with the advancements and introduction of performance apparel into the sport, I remember back in the day playing in these conditions here, 90+ degrees, and wearing cotton polo shirts.
No.
Not fun. Not fun. But you see the style implemented with these players. I just wish I saw some pink socks or pink shoes with Double G's outfit today.
Ooh.
Maybe tomorrow, though.
Yeah, we'll see about it.
We'll give him another chance.
Yeah, well, we'll see. You got one more shot to bring out your Saturday best. You know, Tiger Woods always known for that championship Sunday. You get championship Saturday out here at USDGC. And if you're just joining us again, this is Hole 17 Live. We are coming to you on InnovaDisc YouTube and Facebook channels. Please follow along, like, share, subscribe. Call your friends, call your family, call your ex-girlfriends. Let them know disc golf is live and back at the USDGC. I'm Jamie Thomas, Avery Jenkins beside me. And we don't have a whole lot of cards left. Looks like about 4 more cards to come through on this hole. Our leader card just getting through hole 14 here. We're not going to show hole 15. It's a little bit tough to film. We want to keep you entertained, keep you doing different stuff here. But I'm just getting word from the producers in my ear right here that Nate Sexton drawing medal on hole 14. Let's check it out. Not quite. It's coming. Just wait. We always got to wait for Nate Sexton's great shots here. Looks like he's going to go forehand off the tee on the 10th hardest hole of the day. This was just moments ago, and you know that's a Firebird.
That's what he was saying. I was like, man, this is an elevated basket. How is he drawing metal? But he got the little pole wrap there and staying close to the basket on that cross hill. Very, very fast green.
That's a germ-sized dunk for Sexton for deuce. Here's Conrad from outside circle 1. Beautiful.
Wow. Excellent commitment, excellent putts. Obviously, I think his height has a lot to do with that elevated basket. It was almost level, eye level with him, being one of the taller competitors in the field.
And Paul Ulibarri gives up a few inches to James Conrad in the height department, so he's on the top side of this green here. Should be a pretty level putt for him. And Ulibarri going to clean up the par putt there. Wait to see. Macbeth is going to be on the high side of the green here. Easy tap in there. That is also going to be a par for Mr. Macbeth. And Nate Sexton
making easy work.
Just a little finger roll action there. And we should be back on hole 17. That's the name of the show. It's hole 17 Live. We want to show you one of the most dastardly holes in disc golf. Who are we looking at here? Should be our 1 o'clock tee time, featuring Eagle McMahon, Greg Barsby,
and Chris Dickerson on the tee. Clean forehand shot, not trying to force too much, just playing the game, playing the shot, playing the hole for hole. Again, this is not a hole you really want to attack unless you have to coming down the stretch on the final day. For the most part, these players want to play for par, but some get greedy, some get a little hungrier than most. Currently throwing right now, we have Leo Pirinen representing Finland.
Your current Finnish champion also makes it on the green with his first attempt. He'll have a long birdie look. And how about your world champion? All the fans out there, Barsbarians. If you got some Barsbarians in the chat right now, give a shout. Here's your man, forehand.
What a clean, casual forehand shot. It made it look so easy. Currently sitting 6 down through the 16 holes. Puts it right on the dance floor on hole 17.
Great shot there from the 2018 world champ. And it is very interesting to note that I consider Fox Run Meadow, the hole that Barsby won his world championship on, to kind of be a contemporary of Winthrop Gold. Obviously, taking a lot of design notes, we know Jeff Spring, the TD, and one of the designers alongside Steve Brinster. Jeff Spring likes to come down here and traditionally caddies for Nate Doss. And Steve Brinster, obviously, as we mentioned, the 2013 U.S. champion. Seems like they drew some inspiration from this course.
Absolutely, a lot of similarities with the roped-in, tighter fairways. They got a little more elevation to work with up there in Vermont, but a lot of different signature kind of holes, island holes, tucked green, tucked baskets, great distance and accuracy component on many of the holes. And Barsby absolutely feasted on those kind of holes with that design. And as you're talking about, Jeff Spring coming out here and caddying for Nate Doss, 2008 USDGC champion, unfortunately could not be with us. Him and Valerie are in Bend, Oregon, currently setting up and about to open Bevel Craft Brewery in Bend.
Eagle McMahon giving a little 50-50 bid from the far side of the green there. Definitely sending our love out to Oregon. Nate and Val, two great ambassadors and competitors in the sport. Wish them luck on their ventures and hope they can join us once again at another USDGC. Chris Dickerson, he's deadly with the putter, Avery.
Line up a little step putt here. Very, looks almost like a mirror image of what Ulibarri is. A little step putt, a little Annie, a little stab putt from a distance.
That's a little nose up, and that's not his typical putt. You can tell just backing off of that OB line a little bit. He's much more of a laser-focused putter.
Good furtherance, not enough tordance on that.
Ah, there we go. Bringing a little Billy Crump-ism right back to it. Here's the Finnish champ, Leo Pironen.
All these players giving it a solid bid just at the very end, just getting a little more velocity, maybe a little more height, and be knocking down some birdies.
Quarter meter higher, and he's got that one in the heart of the chains. Let's see if Greg Barsby can save the card and grab the deuce. No fear.
I love it. Fearless putter, looking back at the OB and draining it like he does. You know, hitting the big birdie putt to advance him to 7 down through 17 holes.
And he's had a couple of, taken a couple of numbers on his round so far, but very quickly righted the ship, got some birdies. 15 down is no slouch, tied with Chris Dickerson. McMahon at 19, Pironen at 11. And right now, we are going to treat you guys with another episode of Beyond the Ropes. This one is about all the charity initiatives that go on at the USDGC. We'll be back with you right after this episode.
The USDGC is my favorite event of the year, and this video series is designed to show you some of the reasons why. I'm Jamie Thomas, and I'm inviting you to come along with me and explore this tournament beyond the ropes.
It's Wednesday morning at the USDGC, and while the competitors are out on the course, Edge Village is in full swing. We've got some of the local kids coming in to learn how to play disc golf, how to have etiquette on the course, and as a bonus, they even get to watch the best in the world out on Winthrop Gold. Giving back is a big part of what this tournament brings to the community, and giving back is the focus of today's episode.
Well, the EDGE program itself was created to provide a curriculum to teach the sport of disc golf. In conjunction with the curriculum, we provide discounted equipment. We've worked through various grant programs, so in many cases we're able to provide schools at no charge with equipment and curriculum. My name is David Shope. I've been a coordinator for the EDGE program for more than a decade now. What we do here at the championship is bring in schools from the local Rock Hill community as well as Charlotte, and even had a school come up from Columbia, South Carolina this year.
And we use our whole body. We reach all the way back and we go all the way forward.
They learn a little bit of everything. So we have a driving station. Kids really like that because of course they want to throw as hard as they can and watch it fly. We have an approach station, approach around obstacle station, as well as a putting station. A lot of people are familiar with Ring of Fire, so the kids seem to enjoy that as well.
Yeah, nice shot. Nice shot. Glad we took the backpack off.
The Edge Village, we went down and filmed the other day. It was amazing just to see the joy on the kids' faces as they learn some of these skills that they'll undoubtedly use out on the course, and just the excitement when the disc hits the chains.
Yeah.
You know what's the master plan behind that, and how did that all get started?
You know, Rock Hill is a model city from an EDGE programming standpoint. I mean, every school in town has all of the, has everything they need. It's being taught every year and has for many years. So we just sort of evolved to a place where it was like, okay, why don't we just invite them to come out? So we created a budget to help fund the gas and the drivers and bus everybody in, and it was probably a school or two in the first year, and now we bring 1,000 kids out here over the span of 3 days. And it's their first experience with disc golf is a professional one.
USDGC has been behind the EDGE program since the get-go. I mean, each year a large sum is donated to the EDGE program, which is, we couldn't do it without the USDGC. Over $250,000 has been donated to EDGE since the beginning of the championship.
We want to create those moments. I mean, to sit there and watch kids cheer or go, oh, when the shot hits the bamboo, and give them those first disc in hand opportunities, and just seeing them light up when they make a putt. That's fun. And those are some of the things that are that's one of the great experiences this week.
Towards this way, I play a bunch with my boyfriend in the middle.
Fair enough.
I play a bunch, but I'm not really that good over here, so just kind of spread yourself according to.
Well, this is going to be the 4th year this event is taking place. It's Throw Pink Fuel Park. It's one of the Throw Pink events in South Carolina, and it's in conjunction with the USDGC. The premise of the event is to get more women playing, so it's set up for new players. But we have a lot of experienced players coming out, like Elaine King, Debbie Scott, Madison Walker will be there, Ashley Collins, and they're going to come out and they're going to do some clinics, and they're also just going to play along with some of the new girls, and all of the proceeds are going to Project Pink this year. You may have seen them around. It's a giant pink bus that drives around, and it provides free mammograms for the ladies that can't afford it or don't have insurance.
It's really interesting to learn all of the different facets of this event and all of the things that just go on outside of the ropes, so to speak. And one of the coolest things, I think, is the Throw Pink initiative, being that the event is in October, Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Can you shed some light on what that is and how that came to be?
Well, Sarah Nicholson really is the mastermind behind that. It was her idea to basically utilize disc golf to bring girls and women of all ages together to play in a way that created more awareness for breast cancer.
My name is Sarah Nicholson, and I work for Innova Disc Golf. I'm also co-founder of Throw Pink that was started in 2013. What I've ultimately wanted to do since starting the sport is to see more women on the course playing. I started playing with a bunch of guys, as most of the girls' stories will go. It's just like one of those things where it combines everything I've wanted to do in my life into the one beautiful package that I want to share with other people.
So we have the Big Arm, Big Heart Distance Showcase every year up here at the Shack. It happens right after the last putt drops. It is a fantastic opportunity to give back.
And we're underway, 69 more to go. This thing's on its way, folks.
So the purchaser of the disc actually marks it up with their name, their information, and then we can say this one's for Jamie. Or
One shot, we're over the road already. Maybe we didn't put the target.
once a disc gets cleanly across, then the person who paid for it gets that disc back as a really cool keepsake, a way to remember, you know, supporting a great cause.
Well, you know, USDGC has been doing that distance showcase for years. You know, the Throw Pink just kind of jumped on the bandwagon with that. And it's really cool this year because Paige Pierce is going to be throwing, so I'm excited for the girls to come back and see another female, you know, just crushing it across the lake.
I mean, we've seen some 700+ foot throws. It's one of the most exciting parts of the whole event. And it happens right there at the end when everybody's here and ready for it.
It's a really cool program that I would say still kind of in its infancy, and kind of put it as front and center as we possibly can, just so that it'll hopefully accelerate its development and effectiveness.
Edge is creating the next generation of disc golfers, you know.
Our goal for 2018 would be to get a Throw Pink event in all 50 states so that Throw Pink can impact communities all around the United States.
My dream has always been one day you might see a world champion say, you know, I learned how to play disc golf in school.
I really love doing it, and I hope to be able to do it and help people for years to come.
It's rewarding, but it's also inspiring because I know we got a lot more, there's a lot more gas in the tank.
Best is yet to come.
The best, every year is our new best year ever.
And welcome back to Hole 17 live here at the USDGC. Let's take a quick peek at Josh Anton putting on Hole 17. Just sneak it inside the pro side.
And that was a birdie putt. I like the little point back at the camera, kind of calling it out. He sees us back here. We were smiling as he walked to the green, sticking it in Island and knocking down the birdie.
2013 U.S. champ Steve Brinster.
That's hard to take, especially when you put yourself in position to score. Only 2 down for the round through 16 holes, trying to convert for birdie on 17, failing and falling a little short.
Johnny McRae, just a few years ago, this hole derailed his hopes of becoming one of the U.S. champions. A nice putt there.
Thank you,
there
Johnny.
We go. And how about Nathan Queen? What a card that gentleman got to play with. The experience. Lefty makes good.
Wow, having a great week so far. Currently sitting at 13 under par and making his way, making a move here today. It's very difficult, challenging third round moving day and putting himself in position for that final round.
And you know what, Avery? In the game of disc golf, there are winners of tournaments, there are champions, and then there's the champ. We're going to welcome into our studio right now the most special guest that we could have possibly to bring to you. 12-time world champion, 5-time U.S. champion, the champ himself, Mr. Ken Climo.
Thanks.
How you doing?
I'm doing all right today.
Awesome. Thanks
Glad
for joining
to be
us.
here. Hey,
yeah,
my pleasure. I wanted to get some time in the booth. I wasn't going to play. I wanted to step up here and pitch in a little bit if I could.
You've seen this golf played on this course a few times. Just a few times over the years.
Just a few times.
So how many stars are you carrying here? How many years have you attended the USDGC?
19. I missed last year, so it was hard to move around and started to get in the truck and drive, so I had to miss 1 year.
Yeah.
It really hurt me, but
it definitely wouldn't be the same without you here. I'm going to ask you a question about your need to withdraw this year, but first, young gun Kevin Jones attacking 17.
looks like most players opting for the sidearm this year, and the sidearm becoming quite a popular shot out there on tour.
Another forehand favorite here, Ricky Wysocki.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I believe he aced this.
Almost did right there.
A year or two ago, yeah. I was trying to draw back some memories from a couple years ago.
And this hole has been no stranger to the aces. And how about your 2016 United States champion, Jeremy Colling, also known for his forehand play?
I think Colling learned a lot from that first round. Had some troubles with hole 17. Birdied it yesterday. Let's see what he does the third round.
Seems like they're benefiting from the lack of wind on this hole this year, which making it fairly easy to get it in bounds. But to park the hole is a different story. You got to take a little bit of a risk.
And have you ever seen it so tucked up against the hay bales?
It seems like it's been that way in the middle position the last few years. It's almost like an ace run. If you're throwing, at the basket, you ace run it. If you miss it, then you putt for birdie.
You got enough room back there. It seems like it's a larger area beyond the basket, even farther to the right. Every single year, these hay bales kind of change on this kidney bean kind of green, but it seems like there is a little more space to the backside right.
The man needs no forehand here. Zach Melton, left side.
Still counterclockwise spin, which seems to work very well on this hole. Oh, unless you don't throw it hard enough.
That's the mistake you do not want to make. And how hard is it to just get back up and throw right there again?
Yeah, that is kind of a difference than we used to have. We used to have to wait till the rest of the group through, and then you get back and throw it up on your next shot. So it's definitely a different twist on your emotions.
But you're also talking about a time back in the day when you would continue to throw until you landed safe in that island. Nowadays, you have to throw it 3 times and you advance to the island on the drop zone.
Correct. Not quite as much of a pucker factor, but still, these guys don't want to take a 7. But a 21, that's a little worse. But those days are gone, getting the huge high numbers. But still, this could be a round record.
Back in the day, you would actually, I've seen players unload their entire bag on this hole, grab their empty bag, go down to the green, pick up all their discs, and proceed back to the tee pad to keep on throwing again.
I had to witness one of those one year. It was a good friend, Marty Hapner, and quite unfortunate.
Here's Milton for his 3rd attempt.
He's got that one up high enough, far enough.
So Champ, playing here since 1999, being the first USDGC champion. How much have you seen this event evolve? Obviously, leaps and bounds on the course design, but what stands out the most as far as the evolution of this event?
Oh, just a little bit of everything. I think in the beginning, I think it was really neat that they had a tee time only event. You couldn't practice the course the morning of. I think it gave it a totally different feel than any other tournament. Usually you could go out there and wire up 6 or 7 holes in the morning and get your game going. Now you have to practice on an open field in the morning, and they just that just is a twist to the players. And throughout the years, I think they've added a little bit of toughness out here, and they're trying to make you throw the risky shot to get the reward. And as you said, they lengthened the course after the first couple of years. It didn't quite play all around the Coliseum like that, and now it's got a lot of OB out around the Coliseum. That seems to be where the players have to keep on their game to keep their round going. As you can see, Kevin's only got a bogey here on the back 9, and that's not too bad. When you can only get out of the back 9 with 1 bogey, you're doing pretty good. The course is, the teeth is in the back 9, and there's a lot of strokes to be had out there if you're not on your game.
Kevin Jones has not taken a par since hole 8.
I've been watching the results from him this year, and it seems like that's his MO. He makes a lot of birdies and doesn't like pars too much. He seems to make some bogeys and a lot of birdies and ends up with decent rounds most of the time.
Currently sitting 7 strokes back of the lead, tied with James Conrad for 2nd place.
And Zach Melton needing a good putt. Like nobody's business right now. He's set to drop a few strokes as is. Let's see if he can put a tourniquet on this.
This will be the safe triple, correct?
Wow, that was a lot of chains for not to stick in the basket.
Just a little bit more of a heartbreaker in that moment.
Yeah, that extra stroke is really going to tag on some hardship finishing out this round.
Here's Kevin Jones.
Just a confident strike. Leaves that putt completely on hyzer and sticks it right into the basket.
Barring disaster on 18, he should be in the final group tomorrow.
And I know Kevin Jones fans will be very excited about that. Here's Ricky Wysocki, who probably is the biggest surprise that we have not seen him as high up on the leaderboard as we would expect. And Germ, who can reach about halfway to the basket from where his drive landed, makes a huge improvement, as you were saying, Avery, on the hole from how he played it previously.
Yeah, this might be the hole that actually kept him off the lead card going in the final round. He ended up taking a 8, I believe, that first day, and went birdie second round, obviously birdie third round here. That's a huge gap of strokes. That's a quintuple bogey, if you will, and that 5 strokes could be the difference of making the lead card for Championship Saturday or to where he sits now, second or third card.
Champ, let me ask you, as many tussles as you've had with hole 17, any memorable ones you want to share with us?
I've never really had my bell rung too bad on that hole. You know, I might have made a 5 one time throughout the years, but I've played that hole fairly well, and it hasn't ever given me any problems, really. I play pretty safe when it's windy, and when it's not windy, I'm aggressive on it. I've made my fair share of deuces on that hole.
So what's the secret?
Just get over the hay bales.
You heard it here, folks. Get over the hay bales. Easier said than done, unless you got
conquer
12
the inner
plus
demons
5.
before you get to the tee pad. It's a long walk from 16 to 17, so things can creep in your head on that long walk, but as long as you're solid, throw it far enough, you know, make it turn to the right a little bit towards that fat part of the green, you should be all right.
So seeing some big jumps here up within the top 10. Got Garrett Gerthy making a 7-spot jump, currently tied for 10th, along with Eagle McMahon making a 7-spot jump into the top 5. Depending on what's going to happen on 17 or 18, he's going to try to make a charge at the lead card.
Yeah, I think he's finished now, so he's stuck at 18, but if someone makes a bogey or double bogey, he could definitely leap up into that lead card position.
So let me ask you, you came out this year. I know you really wanted to compete. I know you're a hard-nosed competitor and just want to give it everything you got, and just couldn't go this year.
Yeah, I'm very close to being back to playable health, and I didn't want to risk it. I've done it before. For the last 2 years, I've done it 3 or 4 times. Thought I was ready, came back and wasn't ready, and put myself behind the 8 ball for another 3 or 4 months. So I'm just going to let it go extra long this time and hopefully get there all the way back.
Now that's the evaluation you make. You got to make sure that if you're going to start this tournament, you're making sure you're going to start and finish all 4 rounds. There's no way you're going to start and just maybe make it through 1 or 2 rounds. You're going to make that evaluation. If you're going to go, you got to make it through the entire tournament.
Correct. I didn't want to play 2 or 3 rounds, pull out, and be injured for another 3 or 4 months like I have been every other time I've tried to come back this last 2 years. So that was basically the choice. Is I wanted to either play all 4 or not injure myself again.
Smart decision.
Yeah.
Can you still win this thing?
I think I can. I mean, just showing what the scores are out this year, it doesn't look like it takes 6, 7, 8 under per round to be right up near the top, and you can do that on this course. These 350, 375 foot accurate shots and some good putting is really what this course is all about. You don't have to have the big bomb. You just have to be inbounds, and you have to make some putts.
And that's what you've been known for all these years.
Yeah.
And taking a peek at our leader card currently, hole 16, Paul Ulibarri.
A little out of position here after the tee shot, but forehand right to the base of the basket.
Trying to make some magic happen.
He must have caught some tree up there to be dropping down that short.
There's only 1 tree on this fairway to miss, but that's the leave that you have when it works like that.
I've seen a lot of players be barely in the hazard on this hole and have to take that extra stroke before they putt, and it's that line's way in there this year. It's quite tough. I see a lot of people right near the edge of that line all day long as that righty backhand coming down the middle likes to skip over to the left and get up near that line.
And I'm a little surprised here to see Sexton this far out, known for forehand play, as we've said over and over. He definitely has the shot shape to get all the way to the green.
Do you think it was just a layup, or do you think he hit some trees too?
It is quite possible. We'll have to check the Jomez coverage, and that's just a reminder right there for all of our audience listening that when you get done here, check out the podcast courtesy of UltiWorld going live at the round's end, and then tomorrow morning, before you check in with us, check Jomez for not live, but edited lead and chase card coverage to watch your favorite players. James Conrad has been so deadly with the putter.
Yeah, I've been checking him out on the videos online, and he's got a solid putter, and he's quite a competitor. He doesn't have any layup in his game. He likes to go for everything.
So just outside circle 1, barely on the edge. We're going to call this circle 2. Currently 8 for 11 at 73%. That's some good stats as a long distance putter. Let's see if we can knock this down for birdie to keep pace with Paul.
Last two, just a little weak side.
A little early release. Sometimes when you put a jump into your putt, it messes up your mechanics a little bit. Sometimes when people are just outside the circle, they really don't need to jump putt. And I think it could mess them up sometimes, just being able to jump putt, but not having to.
And Paul lie up against the tree here is going to have to straddle out, and with the new PDGA ruling on stances, he gets an extra couple inches here to make sure that he's clear of the tree.
Not a whole lot of pressure here. He can get one back on the entire card with a birdie putt.
Just off the right side. Flattened it off a little bit, wanted it. Sometimes the chains just don't agree with you.
I've seen it happen before. Entire lead card, surprisingly, not scoring the birdie on hole number 16, only 391 feet.
Slightly downhill.
Yeah, surrounded by hazards as well, so there is that other factor going in, but very surprising to see a birdie at least one of these players on this hole.
Especially when you think back to 2015, this was really the start of Paul taking that tournament out of the grasp of the rest of the competitors when he hit that massive putt from the hazard to save par. And then, like you said, you get the long walk up to 17 and everybody just gets to reminisce on all the good shots and bad shots gone by of the island hole.
So reminiscing, 5 U.S. titles from 99 all the way until now. What would you say is your most memorable victory at Rock Hill?
I'd have to say it was the first one. I mean, the inaugural champion, that's pretty big stuff right there. And I won by 15 strokes, put it to the field, played about as good as I could play that week. I had a really deluge on the last day. It was really rainy and nasty, and somehow I was able to come out and still play a pretty good round, walking through the puddles.
Also including an ace during that tournament as well here on 17.
Yeah, I think I was the third or second round. It wasn't the final round because I remember watching the video and there was no rain in that video.
And slightly different arrangement on 17, a different design, playing along the lakeside and a little hyzer to the island green. Slightly different than we see today.
It was a little bit easier back in the day. I think it's much tougher throwing directly at the water.
Yeah.
But it definitely created some problems back in the day. There was many people that weren't making birdies or pars on that hole, even in the easier hyzer configuration.
Sure.
So Avery earlier said that if he was to make a Dream 18, one hole from different courses, hole 5 out here would be the 5th hole in his Dream 18. Would any of these holes make your dream cut?
Well, hole 5 has always been my favorite hole because there's no need for yellow rope on that hole. It's a great hole as it is, and it stands alone as being awesome. I'd say hole 18 is probably the second best hole out here. It's just demanding. It creates you need a left to right shot to start with and a right to left shot to finish with, and you need to have a good head on your shoulders when you're trying to make a long putt on that hole because that green is fast.
Absolutely agreed. 18 is one of the best holes in disc golf. But I'm going to say that OB rope has creeped its way down that hill farther and farther each and every year. I remember back in the day it was like 5 or 10 feet off the wall of the shack.
It was out by that lamp post.
Now it's creeped down like 100 feet down that hill, making a very demanding tee shot.
And they've added the Mando tree in, which makes it that much tougher.
And let me ask you this, kind of on that note, because I would suspect that has a lot to do with not only players, getting stronger and being able to throw further, but the technology of the disc increasing. How have you seen this game kind of change over the course of your career?
Well, yeah, when I first started, there wasn't much stable disc. You had to throw everything with a lot of hyzer and let it flip up to get to flat, and if there was a headwind, you were pretty much in trouble. And the advent of these new stable discs has really brought the sidearm, I think, more into the forefront of this sport. You couldn't really throw a sidearm forehand shot back in the day with this unstable disc. If you were throwing into a headwind, good luck. It was going to turn into a roller. So I think those discs have definitely made both sides of the game applicable for the top players, and you really need to have both shots these days to be able to get up top.
Absolutely, and I would even go a step further than that and say in the last 18, 24 months, if you don't have at least a usable roller in the bag to get you out of trouble, you need all 3 phases.
Oh, for sure. Well, there's all sorts of trick shots in there, the thumbers and the stuff like that you need, a well-rounded bag to have all of it.
All right, and we're seeing hole 17, as we were talking about, just such a tight hole and such a grueling, brutal shot that you're standing on that tee pad looking at. If you are just joining us, we're so happy to have you. As you see the fans checking us out, this is hole 17 live. You're watching on Innovatis YouTube and Facebook channels. Shout out to the approximately 3,600 of you guys that are watching on a Thursday afternoon. We hope you're cracking a cold one somewhere, kicking back in a chair, and enjoying the best players in the world attack one of the hardest courses on tour. We will see momentarily Macbeth, Conrad, Sexton, Ulibarri attack hole 17. Jamie Thomas, Avery Jenkins, and the champ himself, Ken Climo, in the booth with you. We'll be here all the way until the final putt drops today, so stick with us. And Avery, if you had told me that Paul Macbeth was going to be 29 down with 19 holes left to play, I think I would have thought you were sipping a couple too many.
We have 20 holes left to play.
20 holes left to play, sure. I'm counting hole 17 before. You can't ever count hole 17 out, and I just did it right there. Don't want to do that.
Don't ignore this hole. The pressure's still on for Paul, even with a 7-stroke lead. A lot of holes in between now and then. There's plenty of players chasing him right now. We got Conrad, we got Sexton, we got Ulibarri, and we got Kevin Jones making his big move and trying to get up to that lead card in Championship Saturday. So you can't guarantee anything, but Paul is playing his game this week.
Any one of these holes out here can be a 3 or 4 stroke swing at any given moment. You just put a couple of those back to back, and all of a sudden it's a ball game. So yeah, you're right. There's nothing set in stone yet, but he's making it look good.
Oh, there it is. Goodness. Paul Ulibarri, ladies and gentlemen. I was just about to say that Kevin Jones has cemented his place in the lead card and removed Ulibarri, but not so fast as the man from Shogo, Arizona. Spin that back one more time.
That's got to feel good for Paul right there.
So pure.
Oh, right in the middle. No doubt about it.
I am absolutely speechless at the number of times this hole has been aced this tournament.
Now, what's the thoughts going through his mind watching an ace just up here in front of him? Sexton lining up, second on the tee. What's he feeling?
You know, if he's strong-willed, he's probably thinking, I could probably duplicate that. And if he's feeling it at the moment, which doesn't look like he is, he's got a pretty decent round going here, he's probably feeling like he's going to give it a run. And if he doesn't make it, give him a makeable putt. Looks a little high, a little right.
Yes. Yep. Buzz the tower, but compared to what we just saw, not quite good enough. That's going to bring Paul Ulibarri to 20 down, tied with Nate Sexton, contingent upon Sexton making this putt. And all of a sudden, this lead card picture, like we just talked about, it's not quite so clear.
It's hard to follow perfection.
James Conrad has been pretty close to perfect from the circle 2 putting. He's been great from the fairway. Let's see what he can do from the tee. He's 22 down, and he's up next.
James opting for the backhand on this hole. I seem to see he throws mostly backhands. Doesn't seem to throw too many sidearms on the coverage I've been watching of him. And he seems to be very effective with it. Slow down. Okay.
Magician with the putter. Very good control, good angle, good speed. Landing safe on the island green of 17.
I think the putter's a great choice if you're throwing backhand because it grabs the ground fast and doesn't want to move.
And he is about 7.5 meters for his birdie attempt. And once again, your tournament leader, Paul Macbeth, a black and white Nova similar to the one he used to win in 2015. Let's see if the magic is still in the putter.
That's what can happen, I guess, huh? Pressure's on, last to tee on 17, and watching an ace, hit before you, 2 other players landing safe inbounds on the green, and just making the bad mistake, leaving it short, not giving it a chance.
He's very proficient with his sidearm too, and it seems like it would be a hole he would want a sidearm just to make sure you get inbounds.
Nestling just inside of James Conrad's shot there. He can work a bogey, and he won't be happy with that, but look, he's in the best possible position he could be if he's going to miss that island once. Still some strokes to give.
Correct, but I think this bogey is going to make it a little tighter going into tomorrow, which, ends up being a little more mental throughout the whole round. An 8-stroke lead is a lot different than, say, a 4 or 5-stroke lead.
So, Champ, we just witnessed an ace. Over the years, you've had multiple aces, tournament aces, practice aces. What is your thought on the ace? Many have said it's a bad shot. I've said it's an online shot just left a little high. What is your thoughts on hitting an ace, maybe when you're trying to just leave it close to the basket?
I think on certain holes it's a bad shot, and on certain holes it's a great shot. There's holes where you can hyzer spike an ace run and not go anywhere if you miss, and those are good ace runs, And then there's downhill holes where you have death behind it, and you're going 60 miles an hour, you hit chain high, and that's a bad ace because it would have gone into the trouble behind it 100 feet or so. So there's definitely some good aces and there's definitely some bad aces. But I think on an open hole where you can put a hyzer spike on it, you know, it's not too bad to go for the ace run. But if you got any trouble around or anything like that, it's usually not the greatest of tries.
And absolutely, in this case, it was a fantastic ace, hitting an ace during the third round here at the USDGC.
Yeah, that disc wasn't going far if it missed.
Quality shot by Paul Ulibarri, again bringing him to 20 under par as we watch James Conrad try to get to 23 under par. So currently sitting in third place, 2 strokes behind Kevin Jones, who went on a turkey 16, 17, and 18 to finish. Let's see if James Conrad can do similar.
It's a big putt for James. This gets him much closer to the lead at the end of the day if he can hit it.
We've seen him miss a couple to the weak side in the last few holes. Let's see if he can correct it right here.
It's hard to gain a stroke on Macbeth, much less 2, so this is huge.
Great extension, great follow through and commitment all the way to the center of the chains.
And that will be a birdie for Mr. Conrad.
Trying to cement his spot in the lead group for tomorrow.
Here's a big putt right here.
Another big
facing
putt.
back at the out of bounds. Paul Macbeth putting for bogey.
You can just see the focus on his face right there.
Yeah, that's a big putt. Making a 5 there is giving some strokes away to the field. So yeah, I said that was a big putt. If he made a 5, that would have given big strokes to the field. But the 4 is workable. He's still got a bit of a lead.
But carding his 5th bogey of the round, currently at 3 down through 17. A little falter during this third round.
Just goes to show you how tough this Winthrop Gold course can be, even on the best of them.
That putt may very well decide the lead card tomorrow. Hole 18 still to play, and as we've talked about, a very treacherous hole, but that is a crucial make for Nate Sexton. He's going to take a birdie, move on to the final hole of the day.
How crazy is that, though? You hit an ace on 17, and you're still vying for 1 stroke going into the 18th hole, trying to get that lead card bump, and Sexton hitting the birdie, possibly trying to push you back off onto the second card.
Absolutely crazy. And we were talking just a minute ago, Champ, before you came on, we were talking about the last 2-3 times that we've cut to hole 17 from the lead card. People have been going off the basket. And here it is one more time. Paul Ulibarri committing fully to the sidearm. Beautiful height, beautiful weight, spiking straight into the chains. And he loves it.
Nice reaction. I'm liking it. Some good camaraderie there by Nate, giving him a high 5.
All right, disc golf fans out on the internet, you know what to do. Hashtag SC Top 10. Let them know we got a show for them out here in Rock Hill. We're just moments away from the final hole of the day on moving day. And what are you thinking right here? Paul Ulibarri, Nate Sexton really want to get on this lead card for tomorrow.
They're in a bit of a battle here, and both of them have good sidearms and good backhands, so should be a neat show coming up here. I think, you know, it's about position on this hole more so than anything. You want to be in good position so you can throw that second shot into the green. Definitely a forehand advantage on this hole, a lefty spin advantage on this hole on the drive, but shifts back the other way. Backhand advantage on the upshot.
And that was an aggressive line there, Avery. He challenged the water quite a bit, feeling very confident in the forehand for all the obvious reasons.
And obviously just hit an ace with the forehand. Knows that shot very, very well. Known for being a great, prolific forehand thrower. And you're trying to hit that little pocket on the side hill. That's keeping you away from the OB to the right, but getting you far enough up there and a flat enough second shot area to maybe get a nice up and down for the birdie.
That's where I tended to try and throw my drives on that hole. Not try and risk too much trying to get up farther, but having some good flat footing to throw the next shot off of.
Nate Sexton currently 4th place, 21 under par.
It's a little low, but got plenty of speed on it. Just heading for that pocket.
That's where you want to be.
I think he's right in there.
And once again, James Conrad going to, I would undoubtedly say, take the backhand route despite the rest of his card here. And this just takes full commitment and trust in that line that you're going to throw.
currently sitting in third place, 1 stroke back as second. Kevin Jones in the clubhouse at 24 down total, sitting 4 strokes back of Paul McBeth with 1 to play in the third round. So Kevin Jones just sitting back, watching what's going to happen here on 18, whether Conrad or McBeth falter, but sitting really secure, making that lead card for Championship Saturday.
He gave that one a little extra power, got a little bit past that little bowl we were talking about, but had good enough angle to sit right where he landed. If you have a little too much Anheuser angle, if you're a backhander on this, it'll roll away for you. And if you have a little bit too much nose up in Anheuser's, it'll skip right out of bounds on you. This hole's very touchy for the backhand.
Yeah, that line was on the edge of a knife, but he's going to have a pretty good look to get to the green.
Yeah, he's in a great spot there.
Here's McBeth going mid-range. Looks to be a rock going straight at it.
That is just pure right up the middle.
Champ, I know you can appreciate a rock shot like that. Nice and low, nice and flat, nice and level, and carrying a good distance on the fairway.
Yeah, he throws a rock very far. I mean, farther than most people throw their T-birds. And that's a useful tool to have a slow-flying disc that is very straight, that you can control a good ways out of the fairway.
From the man himself, who has his name on plenty of rocks that are probably in your bags right now out in the audience. Here's a look at the leaderboard as our lead card traverses 18's fairway. Kevin Jones, like we talked about, hot round. The definition of moving day is what he just did. That's a 1 bogey, 11 down performance on Winthrop Gold. And outside of Paul McBeth, nobody else can really say that they put the hurting on this course.
He birdied 9 of the last 10 holes. With 1 bogey in the mix on hole number 15, that is bringing it. You know, he had a slow start, going 3 down through the first 8, and just amped it up, turned it on probably the most unlikely hole on this course, the very diabolical hole 9, and very difficult addition to this 2018 edition.
That's the antithesis of most scorecards on this course. Usually you see people light up the front 9, 6, 7 down and then kind of hold on the back, maybe 1 or 2 down to shoot their 8 or 9 downs. You rarely see if someone shoots 3 down and then 8 down or 7 down or whatever is on the back. 7 down on the back is lighting it up.
And it's interesting to note that Kevin Jones really kind of made his foray onto the national scene at this tournament. This is not usually the tournament where you have a breakout performance. But breakout performances are abound in the field. Here's Paul Uleberry from the fairway throwing a second shot.
Not distracted by the chicken at all. He's going to let it rip. Carrying a little high towards the high line, and looks like it might have scooted across there. Yes, it did. And that's going to leave a long, tough putt for par on the way down.
I really wanted to make a winner chicken dinner corny joke there, but Paul just preempted it.
Well, chicken's still out there, so we might have another chance.
Yeah, we'll go catch him. Get one of those accurate rock shots from you.
As far as my favorite shots on this course, the second shot on hole 2 and the second shot on hole 18 is probably my favorite.
That might be a little bit inside.
It looks
slow.
Pretty good. Oh, yep.
Waiting for the call here.
We got a green.
Green flag.
That was an aggressive play by Paul. Looks like he was going fairway driver with a bunch of angle, good speed, and especially on that fast green. You're talking about those wood chips, and they've recently cleared out that backside of that green. It used to be a lot more closed in a couple years back. Now they have a lot more lighting, but you can access and get to that OB down the hill by the water fairly easy these days.
I expected him to be aggressive there because he just lost quite a few strokes of his huge lead, and he's needing to build it back up, and he only has 1 hole to do it for tomorrow. So that was a needed birdie for him if he can hit the putt.
Especially with Conrad in position as he is. And Nate Sexton not looking too bad as well. Good accurate hyzer here will get him a birdie look.
Nice slow footing there. He's a little bit low, probably thinking a little bit to be on the safe side, and almost got the chicken.
Wow, the wildlife is out in full effect here at Rock Hill.
I don't think I've seen that before. That's a first for me.
One of the most beautiful weeks here weather-wise I've ever seen. It's just been gorgeous. I mean, Carolina blue skies, not much wind. It's beautiful out here, and these guys are taking advantage of it.
Definitely. I will take this weather 10 times out of 10 compared to what we've had to deal with in the last few years. You know, I remember that I had to be the one accidentally to break the news to Ricky Wysocki on the day that the round was canceled.
Oh.
That did not feel like a good phone call. So I'm sure that everybody's happy about getting the opportunity to play the 4th round. James Conrad put an impressive move on that turnover backhand, and he needs to get just inside of Paul's disc to make this statement.
His highs ring a little early. It's going to be on the inside corner, but gets right through. Oh, that is it. Onto the basket. Don't hit your head, James.
Wow, excellent speed control. Looked like it'd be a mid-range second shot. Good angle, good height, good speed, and checks right up there under the basket.
We have to give it up for Charlie, the superintendent of the greenskeeping out here. And course is looking as good as it's ever looked, Charlie. Thank you very much.
And it's been an impressive round today again. We are here live in studio. This is Hole 17 live on InnovaDisc Facebook and YouTube channels. Jamie Thomas, the man who needs no introduction, Ken Climo, the champ, and Avery Jenkins alongside me. We are so excited. And one more time before this last putt drops, I want to remind you, we are doing a giveaway. This box from the USDGC Pro Shop is worth over $200. And all you got to do, subscribe to YouTube, InnovaDisc, follow on Facebook, and send your email to the DG Unicorn, and it might be coming to your door real soon. Nate Sexton looked like a little safe play here. No reason to take a big number.
Not much you can do from where he was over there.
Currently got a one-stroke lead on 5th place, so no shame in taking a par and trying to secure your spot on the lead card going into Saturday.
Yeah, Paul Uleberry here. Unfortunate to see him throw that second shot out of bounds after just perfecting hole 17.
What's the pressure on this putt?
This is pretty tough. He's really long. I mean, to go for that one, you've almost got to be out of your mind. That's 70 feet downhill.
Out of your mind, like our friend Simon Lazat, who told us that in the last 2 rounds, he hit about a 60-footer looking downhill, first to save bogey and then yesterday to save par. So Paul Uleberry, a little more of a sane game plan than Simon often opts for.
Yeah, you know, an ace and a bogey. He has up to 1 under in the last 2, so that's not so bad.
I'm sure many, many players in the field would love to be able to say they played the last 2 holes 1 under par. A lot of people on the outside looking in.
How much does this putt right here mean, though? You got a 4-stroke lead on 2nd place. You need this birdie to kind of give you a little more cushion going into the final round.
Yeah, any extra stroke you can get over the lead going into the final round makes it that much easier the next day.
And he's dialed. He's as dialed as I've seen him in a long time.
A little falter today, obviously going 13 down, 12 down, and now a 4 down, 3rd round. That's tough to watch and take, going from 15 down total and then only finishing 29 after 3 rounds. Still in control of this tournament, but man, he was on a heater trying to go double-digit every single round, and only 1 double-digit performance today by Kevin Jones.
He definitely could have locked it up if he went double digits today, and it didn't happen, and we'll have to see what happens tomorrow. There's definitely it's not in the bag right now. Looking pretty good, but he's got some work to do.
As many tournaments as you've seen out here, how does the attitude shift on that final day? Are you a little more tight on the tee pad? Do you change your game plan? What's going to happen tomorrow?
I think barring any difference in weather, which is a lot of times what happens on the final day out here, I think that you're a little bit more in the go for it mode. You've just played the course 3 times in competition. You know where to avoid, you know what to do, and you know where to throw it. So I think people actually get a little more aggressive on the final day. First day is the day that's a little more trepidatious.
And I asked a few of our guests earlier, let's put yourself in Paul McBeth's shoes. You're sitting at 29 under par with 1 round to play. If you're Paul McBeth right now, what number do you have in your head to walk home with this victory?
Well, seeing that Kevin shot an 11 today, and he could maybe do the same thing tomorrow, you think he could get to 35 or 36. I think Paul's looking to get to, 38, 39 under. I think would be comfortable. 9 or 10 under would definitely do it for him. But depending on what everybody else does, you never know. Someone could bust out with a 15 down. You just have no idea what's going to happen out there.
So through 3 rounds, we have Paul McBeth vying for the spot in the top spot. Currently 5-stroke lead over 2nd place, Kevin Jones and James Conrad. And pulling up in 4th place, we got Nate Sexton with an 8-down finish today. Currently sitting at 21, 8 strokes back. That's your lead card going into Championship Saturday.
And do not sleep on that chase card either, because all 4 of those players have won a major in some capacity or the other. They have the experience, they have the game that they've shown, and then a couple other guys that I think you're very familiar with, Champ, Josh Anton and Garrett Gerthy rounding out that top 10.
Yeah, it was good to see Garrett jump up there today. He played a pretty clean round. I'm seeing no bogeys out there, and he had a big smile on his face. Garrett's always a very happy-go-lucky guy, and glad to see him up there in the top 10.
Two guys that it's really great to have back on tour after some absences. They are great ambassadors for the sport, great people to have back on tour, and this is your top 10 with one more round to play. It is all coming down to this. This time tomorrow, we will have crowned the champion of the 20th United States Disc Golf Championship. Champ, I want to thank you so much for stopping by. We really appreciate your time, and come back tomorrow. What do you think?
Thanks for having me. I would definitely want to be back tomorrow for the finish of this thing. See who gets crowned the champion on the 18th green.
There is nobody else we'd rather call this golf with and to show who is going to be your 2018 U.S. champion. Avery, what do you even say today? We have seen 17 just peppered and finally aced. We have seen some of the toughest holes in disc golf just laced. What left could we possibly get excited about tomorrow?
This is why you show up to the last major of the year, for the excitement, for the players, for the course. We're set up on 17th green and hole to watch these aces possibly happen, and Paul Ulibarri putting on a great show. I hope to see that in the top 10 tonight. ESPN top 10. Always great for the sport to get that publication, that promotion, and here at a major to hit down an ace. That's amazing. I love watching this kind of golf at the highest levels. And we're going to see what happens tomorrow. You know, Kevin Jones being a very aggressive player, Paul and Beth 5-stroke lead. Anything can happen. It really could. And for the excitement of disc golf and the spectators and fans, thanks for tuning in and watching this. Watching hole 17 live, joining us. Amazing, amazing week, and looking forward till tomorrow.
And everybody stand by in just a couple moments. We are going to have some reports from our field reporter, Hannah Macbeth, that we really wanted to get to more today, and just so much stuff was happening on the back and forth. We will have her interview momentarily, but in the meantime, we want to remind you of some things. If you loved what we did today, we know we're taking a risk. We're going out on a little bit of a limb, doing some things a little differently. Please go out and share this. Let people know that tomorrow it's all coming down to this set of holes on Winthrop Gold. Share, like, subscribe, follow, all of that good stuff. Innovadis YouTube, Innovadis Facebook. Check them out on Instagram as well. They've been so generous to get us all out here and get us working on this program. And remember, we'll extend it just a little bit. If you want to get in and win the box that I handpicked for one of you from the USDGC Pro Shop, make sure to like on Facebook, subscribe on YouTube, and send your email to the DG Unicorn at dgustore.com. One lucky winner will receive a box worth over $200, and we'll have another one courtesy of Mr. Avery Jenkins to give away tomorrow. In the meantime, our sideline reporter Hannah Macbeth is live with some interviews from our top performers.
Okay, you're good.
Thanks, Avery and Jamie. I'm standing here with Paul Macbeth on hole 18. Paul, you just finished your round, and honestly, I know there's a lot going through your head, but you're not known for being a player that eases up. You're a confident player. You're known for that. So was that in your game plan today?
Yeah, just play the same game out there. Just a few more OBs, and I didn't capitalize on the putts that I had from about just outside the circle. So I could have saved a lot of pars out there, but unfortunately got the bogeys today and showed in my score. But I was still able to put up, I think it was a 4 or 5 or something like that.
Right, and it seemed like today, before today's round, you only had 2 OB counts against you. Today, that was not so. It seemed like more of an obstacle for you. Explain, how do you recover from that?
Just get healthy now. I think it just took a toll on me out there. I just got tired throughout the round, but yeah, I mean, they were OB, but they weren't that big of mistakes. Just a little bit of distance here and there. Just taking some off, and those shots are in bounds.
Awesome. And you are still 5 strokes ahead of the field going into the final day here at the 20th anniversary of the USDGC. What's your plan of attack for tomorrow?
Try to get closer to those first 2 rounds. If I do something like that, then it'll be nearly impossible for them to catch me. So, if they shoot at 18 or 19 or 20, then they deserve to win, because that's close to what has won in the previous years.
Thank you. Good luck tomorrow. Kevin.
And that is Hannah Macbeth live with Paul Macbeth. And again, we may be keeping it here. Here's Kevin Jones, who shot an impressive 11 down rounds. We're going to set up.
You ever heard this guy before?
Just getting the cue here. with the live
Yes.
footage. And once again, let's talk about Kevin Jones' round while Hannah gets set up for that interview. So impressive. A guy that doesn't par much. Birdies and bogeys on deck.
Thank you, guys. I'm back here on hole 18's green with Kevin Jones, who put up a -11 today. That's an excellent score. Kevin, what was behind such a dominant performance?
Today it was just execution off the tee. I can score on every hole out here, so I was executing on my tee shots and I was making my inside the circle putts. So it was going really well for me.
This is the 20th anniversary of the USDGC. You've heard the history. You know the players who have competed here before you. What does all of this mean to you to be doing so well here at such a prestigious tournament?
It honestly means the world to me. I really can't truly describe the feelings that I'm feeling right now, but I'm here to compete and try to win this thing. So I'm really excited for tomorrow. I think it's going to be really fun.
What would you say is the turning point of your round today? I mean, the beginning, your front nine, a couple birdies here and there, but the back nine, I mean, you really turned it on. You had one bogey at one point. What was it? What changed for you?
So starting on hole 9, it was pretty slow up until then, but once we got to hole 9, I got the birdie there, and then that whole middle section of the course is just a bomber section, and so it was easy for me to just punch drives way out there and then have some putter up shots, and so that's where I really score on.
Right, and tomorrow going into it, how do you adjust, if at all, to the speed, to the, I mean, just the overall talent of the card? You know, how do you find yourself adjusting to that, if you do at all?
I think I'm going to enter into tomorrow just like I did today. I'm going to go get some Cracker Barrel for breakfast, and then I'm going to get to the course an hour early. I'm going to go through all my normal warm-ups, and then I'm going to put my headphones on and get zoned out. So.
Sounds great. Well, good luck. Enjoy this feeling, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Awesome. Thanks, Anna.
Thanks, guys.
All right, and forgive the little technical bogey there. Like Paul Macbeth said, not too many big mistakes in his round. Kevin Jones also shooting super hot. I expect a star-studded showdown tomorrow between those two. Let's go through some predictions. Avery, what do you got for tomorrow?
Well, I think Paul's going to really play dominant, as he does. He knows this course about as good as anybody besides Champ. And throughout how he's been playing the first 2 rounds, if he can get back on pace, he's going to be really tough to catch. But I like the confidence of Kevin Jones, and I think maybe the secret to playing well here is having that Cracker Barrel breakfast in the morning.
Yeah, Champ, Kevin Jones looks confident.
He does, and that's what you got to have to win. You got to be confident in your abilities.
And he'll be going up against another player who is known for being confident and for really stepping it up in the final round. I cannot wait. I don't know how I'm going to sleep tonight because I want to see, first of all, I want to see that ace on SportsCenter. So one more time, hashtag SC Top 10. Let's get our man Paul Ulibarri up there. And again, go out one more time. If you like what we did today, share it so everybody knows. We want to see double the numbers. Let's have the whole disc golf family all around the world here celebrating with us, crowning the 20th United States Disc Golf Championship winner. It's not the 20th champion, but it is the 20th running of the tournament. For Jamie Thomas, Avery Jenkins, and the champ, Ken Climo, we will see you guys tomorrow. Check out some highlights from today's action. And remember, 1:30 p.m. EST, and you will join us for Hole 17 Live.